Hello, hello. Shoggoth Unknown here. Welcome to Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. Here on the 1st of April 2023, local time 9:08. And yeah, this is putting me in like a weird mindset, a weird state of mind. I'm really excited to be playing it, but for context, back when I first started this channel in like late 2020, one of the first things I did, I don't remember if we did Ground Zeroes, but I did the entirety of Phantom Pain, which is the main game. And my buddy who goes by the name Captain Copperbeard, he was doing it at the same time. It was like a co-op thing. We're in a call together. We had multi-stream links set up where you could watch both of us simultaneously. And it was a great time, but so between that and just really anything, I get weird about like time and nostalgia and weird things like that. So it's just taking me back like 2.5 years. It's like October, November of 2020. It's taking me back like 2.5 years. It's like a weird mental thing for me, but I'm really excited. I originally started replaying all of these Metal Gear Solid games, all the mainline games, because I wanted to replay 5. So that's a big undertaking, and it was my first time actually playing all of Peace Walker. And that, too, put me in a bit of a weird state of mind. When I finished that on Sunday, the last stream, it put me in a weird state of mind where I knew that I could always revisit it and just do like one-off things on my own time, but it was a very final, there was that finality to it of ending that stream, closing down the game and all, and knowing I'm done, right? This is it. This just puts me in a weird place. But then knowing that this was waiting on the other side it's not all negative, right? But as much as Peace Walker was not necessarily like my favorite thing, there was a lot of stuff I did really like about it that I kind of registered with me. So just as a warning, this is gonna take a while because there's a lot of stuff that we it's Metal Gear Solid. We want to do it right. We want to get all the story, all the lore, all the info, right? So this is going to be yet another one where it takes a while to get to the actual game. That's just how it is. And I there's some cassette tapes we're going to listen to first, and we're going to do this backstory first, and then we'll actually go into the mission. So the backstory is going to be fairly straightforward, and it's basically going to cover the events of Peace Walker, so it's a nice little recap. And then cassette tapes, there's actually going to be some Peace Walker stuff there, and I'll talk about that when we get to it. And then there's going to be stuff specific to this game. So let's just go through the backstory real quick. I debated which one I wanted to do first, but since this really is just a Peace Walker recap, thought it made sense. For us, there is no victory. There lived a man who was a legend among mercenaries, a man who put together a formidable unit of soldiers of fortune, long before the advent of private military companies that dared to call itself a nation. A man who, with his nation at his back, made an enemy of modern capitalist society and the world. This is his story. We're not mercenaries. We're not a foreign legion. MSF's a business, a new kind of business, Miller. Known by his code names, such as Snake and later Big Boss, he proved himself as an agent of U.S. Special Forces Unit Fox. But a certain incident spurred him to part ways with the military, and he is said to have roamed the world's war zones as a gun for hire. In 1974, Snake and his partner Kazuhira Miller were running a small mercenary outfit in Colombia when they were visited by a man claiming to be a professor from Costa Rica's University for Peace. According to this professor, there had been several incidents involving a mysterious armed group in Costa Rica, a country without a military of its own. The professor was accompanied by one of his students, a girl named Paz, who had been abducted and assaulted by this group. The professor and Paz offered to hire Snake to drive the group out of Costa Rica. However, Snake saw through their deception in an instant. "My name is Paz, and I will do anything to protect my namesake." The professor was actually a KGB agent, and the armed group in question backed by the CIA. The Cold War was no stranger to such overseas clandestine operations between the US and Soviet agents, but the CIA's motives were a mystery. Paz had escaped from one of the CIA's group's facilities with a cassette tape. On it was the voice of the woman known as the Mother of Special Forces, the Boss, with a popular song from 1973 playing in the background. It was reasonable to conclude that the recording was made recently. Snake was stunned. The Boss was supposed to be dead. What was she doing in Costa Rica? I'll do it for the girl, for Paz. Snake. The Boss was Snake's mentor and the only woman he ever loved. But 10 years prior, Snake was forced to take the Boss's life as part of a mission, a bitter memory that still haunted him. Despite realizing that she simply could not have survived, Snake was unable to turn the professor down. Telling himself he was intervening as a deterrent for a defenseless country, as well as to honor the virtue of Paz's name, peace, Snake departed for Costa Rica. Once there, he ran into a unit of the Sandinista National Liberation Front that had fled Nicaragua. After rising up against the pro-American Somoza regime, these rebels had become targets for the CIA group who killed their commandante and left the unit in shambles. Everyone treats me like a child. I couldn't stand it anymore, Chico. Snake rescued the Sandinistas and invited them back to Mother Base, the new offshore base of operations provided to them by the KGB. The fallen commandante's children, Amanda and Chico, saw something of their hero Che Guevara in Snake and grew to idolize him. This triggered a rapid expansion of Snake's forces. However, he was still no closer to discovering what the CIA was really up to in Costa Rica. I believe in peace through nuclear deterrence, Huey. Snake then encountered Huey, a wheelchair-bound scientist being forced to work for the CIA. Huey revealed the CIA's terrifying plot. They were developing a system by which, following radar detection of an enemy nuclear launch, an AI would analyze all available data and automatically execute a retaliatory nuclear strike at appropriate targets. Although designed to increase the power of nuclear deterrence, Coldman, the CIA's Central American station chief, planned to actually launch a nuke to demonstrate the effectiveness of automated retaliation. This demonstration was only 5 days away. Snake rushed to the development lab to stop their AI from being completed. You've left everything behind, your country, your identity, your past and ideals, but there's still one thing you haven't let go of, Miller. Upon infiltrating the lab, Snake was greeted by the voice from the tape, that same voice of his lost mentor, but this was in fact the voice of the retaliatory system's AI. Its developer, Dr. Strangelove, had selected the Boss, the so-called greatest soldier who ever lived, as the AI's intellectual model. However, succumbing to personal obsession, Strangelove had deviated from the research's original purpose. Not only had she reproduced the Boss's voice, she was on the verge of bringing her psyche back to life in AI form, driven by a bizarre kind of love. What if the Boss could truly be revived in every detail, if only in AI form? Snake hesitated as Strangelove's idea touched his sense of loss. His guard down, Snake was immediately captured. The Boss AI was completed, and Peace Walker, the nuclear-equipped walking battle tank, housed this retaliatory AI system when active. They're housing this retaliatory AI system. I was made to fight. I'm a gun. Snake. Snake fought in vain as Peace Walker prepared to fire the nuke. But in the face of catastrophe, it was ultimately a machine that saved mankind from nuclear annihilation. The Boss AI sank Peace Walker to the bottom of Lake Nicaragua, stopping the launch. With the crisis behind him, Snake took advantage of his recent mobilization to continue Mother Base's expansion indefinitely. Snake understood that the AI had acted to save the world, but that did not change the fact that this system based on the Boss's mind had chosen at last to lay down its weapon. As a weapon himself, Snake felt the act to be a rejection of his life. Undeterred, Snake and Miller invited Doctors Huey and Strangelove to Mother Base to develop Metal Gear Zeke, a bipedal weapon they eventually equipped with a nuclear warhead, suddenly making their unit a nuclear power. This place will no longer be my heaven. Paz. Meanwhile, Mother Base took Paz, already an orphan but now left without even her KGB benefactor following the end of the crisis. However, this was all engineered by an intelligence agency known as Cypher. Under Cypher's orders, Paz got close to Amanda, Chico, and the others while exploring more and more of the base, secretly plotting to hijack Zeke. Her objective was to use the weapon as a bargaining chip to force Snake into becoming the military arm for Cypher. Paz's attempt failed when Snake defeated Zeke, and she was thrown beneath the waters of the Caribbean. It was only then that Snake learned Chico had fallen in love with her. A diary she kept while on the base was discovered several days later. It revealed a young girl torn between serving Cypher and following her heart. This is Chico. Cypher's holding me on a US military base in Cuba. Perhaps due to Paz revealing the existence of Snake's nuke to Cypher, the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, contacted Mother Base to request that it agree to a nuclear inspection. If word got out that Snake's unit had a nuclear weapon, it would face severe criticism from around the world. But Huey, acting on his own, informed the IAEA that Mother Base would allow the inspection. His reasoning was that as long as they kept Zeke and its nuke hidden from the inspectors, they could demonstrate to the international community that they were not a threat. The option to call off the inspection having expired, Snake and his men reluctantly got preparations underway. Meanwhile, Amanda, deployed to Cuba to assist the Sandinistas, learned that Paz had survived. The timing could not have been worse. Suspecting her of turning her back on the organization, Cypher had captured Paz and was interrogating her at a US military base on the southern tip of Cuba. Chico learned of this and set out to save Paz by himself. It was not long before a radio message from Chico reached Mother Base, saying he too had been captured. It hurts right now, but it will all be over soon. Paz. With an idea as to Cypher's true identity, Snake could not allow what Chico and Paz knew to fall into their hands. Furthermore, if he could rescue Paz, he might be able to get information from her that would help him fight back against Cypher. On the eve of the nuclear inspection, Snake made the decision to leave for Cuba. There we go. So that is our Peace Walker recap, plus a little bit of info getting us ready for this game. Now, I could switch scenes, but I'm not going to. If you've never played this or you care about spoilers, look away for a moment, because there's different tabs of cassette tapes, and I believe it's going to start us on one that would be spoilery. So let me go ahead. Are they all showing unlistened? I've listened to these. Okay, so this is... We just want to go left. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so we are here on Paz's diary, and it says tape archives. Listen to recordings from Peace Walker. So that's exactly what this is. This is all from Peace Walker, and I mentioned as I wrapped up Peace Walker, just beating Zeke is the end of the game, but there's still more lore and stuff that we could collect. This is the main thing that I was aware of, and I knew that we could access it on this game, so it's not that big of a deal collecting it in Peace Walker. So this is what I was saying before. It's going to be one of those games where there's a lot of stuff to do before we actually delve into the game, into the gameplay. So we're going to go through all this diary because it's important stuff, and some of these are shorter than others, some of these are longer than others, but we'll be here for a minute.
As of today, I will be living here at Mother Base. Now my real trial begins. Zadornov was paying my room, board, and tuition, but he has since been captured. I told the man that with no more money from the KGB, I could no longer afford school. He bought my story, and when I said I would be willing to work, he took pity on me and let me stay. For some reason, Miller really pled my case. That was helpful, but the man is still a fool. His men are no better. They think their training makes them strong, but that kind of strength is nothing in the face of true power. And better yet, they wait on me hand and foot, believing I am just a schoolgirl. Looks like I won't be working too hard after all. Just today, while scouting out the living quarters, I saw a group of them in the corner of the deck making a fuss. Going over for a look, I saw they were feeding a kitten. A bunch of grown hard men, and they're the ones acting like schoolgirls. Look, isn't he cute? What is wrong with them? Disgusted, I just nodded and smiled. I must stay in character after all. I indulged their chit-chat for a few moments. Then one of them asked me to give the thing a name. They had just taken it from its mother. I named it Nuke. I improvised some nonsense about how our compassion for living things can help prevent wars. The men gave me a little fish. I held it out in my palm, and the kitten happily ate it up. What a pathetic, feeble creature. It sickens me.
It's very different than the persona that we got from her, yes?
Today, Chico invited me to go fishing with the soldiers. I suppose finding one's own food does have its merit, but I prefer not to be involved in such a degrading task. And their prattling on about fishing being fun is nonsense. I'm not here to find playmates. Nevertheless, distasteful as it was, I went along in order to maintain my cover. Chico thrust a fishing pole into my hands, and we went up onto the deck where several soldiers had gathered. They welcomed us warmly. With so few women aboard Mother Base, I'm treated like a princess. No one suspects I am neither a teenager nor a student. It was nice and sunny, with a gentle breeze and waves. As I cast my line and waited for a bite, the soldiers began to ask me all sorts of questions. As always, I answered according to our predefined scenario, feigning a smile. As I sat there feeding them lies, the fish began to bite, and the soldiers began to focus on their prey. Chico had his bait stolen by a fish, and got so angry that he stood up and nearly fell into the sea. Everybody laughed. It almost made me want to join in too. At some point, I got a bite myself. The instant after I felt that first gentle tug, the fish yanked the line with astonishing strength, and I let out a cry of surprise. I thought he was going to be huge. It was my first time fishing, and I was a bit flustered, so the soldier beside me helped by supporting the pole from behind. "Reel it in," they shouted. I nodded, turning the handle as fast as I could. I wondered what kind of fish lived below the surface, and thought back to the deep sea dives I had to do as part of training. Those were difficult days, but I remember finding the multicolored fish gliding through the water incredibly soothing. After a hard fight, I pulled it up. To my surprise,
It's tiny.
it wasn't even half a vara, rather anticlimactic. But I wasn't doing it for fun, so I wasn't the least bit disappointed. Nook was hovering nearby with an expectant look on his face, so I gave the fish to him. All in all, a thoroughly wasted day.
It's interesting how much detail she went into describing it, but she also calls it a wasted day. It's almost like she does have some sentimentality towards what was happening. I mean, that's only the second diary entry, but it's almost like she's a little bit sentimental towards it, but at the same time, she's like, I have a mission, that was a waste.
Preparations are coming along nicely. No one suspects me of being the one to let Zadarnov out of his cell. Today, Amanda and I taught Cecile how to make gallo pinto. It is a simple home-cooked dish consisting of black frijoles mixed with arroz. It is well known throughout Central America, not just in Costa Rica, so it is no surprise that a Nica like Amanda would be good at making it. But I was raised in the States from a very young age, and can hardly even remember my mother's gallo pinto. Having to make chit-chat with that clueless bird lover and the so-called revolutionary was excruciating. And, clueless or not, I will need to be especially careful around Cecile, the one who actually recorded that tape. Thankfully, Miller and his men seem to believe I mistook the tape I found for one my friend made.
Interesting.
In any case, one can never be too careful. Anyway, the three of us minced garlic and herbs, then cooked them in a pot with frijoles we'd soaked overnight. While waiting for them to cook, we sautéed onions and arroz in a frying pan. Cecile worked the frying pan according to Amanda's directions, but seemed a bit glum. She does have a knack for cooking, though. She is French, after all. We added water to the pan and watched the arroz begin to steam. While we waited, Amanda shared memories of her mother with us. They had been separated because of Somoza, but the taste of her mother's cooking was still fresh in her mind. When the frijoles were ready, we drained the water, stir-frying them with the rest of the vegetables. Quite a complicated process for home cooking. Nonetheless, it kept them occupied. The longer we sat and talked, the greater the chance of my arousing their suspicions. With women, it is not enough to just bat your eyelashes and giggle. It takes a lot of effort to divert attention. When the arroz was done cooking, we folded it into the frijoles and added salsa, stirring the mixture as it simmered. At this point, for some reason, the conversation turned to romance. Why does it have to be that way whenever women get together and chat? Cecile fancies herself to be well versed in such matters and gave Amanda all sorts of advice. It was harmless enough, until to my irritation, she began pestering me whether there was anybody I liked. Not right now, I said, trying to dodge the question. But she pressed on. It's Snake, isn't it? I gritted my teeth and played it coy. Maybe. Cecile nodded and giggled. He is pretty sexy, isn't he? What a ditz. It's all I can manage to just survive. The thought of romance has never once crossed my mind. I have no interest in that kind of man. Soon enough, a rich aroma began to fill the room. The gallo pinto was ready. Nuke came over and rubbed up against our legs, looking for a handout. Unfortunately, it was not the kind of food a cat would like. We let a few of the soldiers have a bite, and then headed off to the mess hall. The home-cooked flavor we'd achieved was a big hit with the men of MSF. Not that we are trying to impress them or anything. Even I could manage a dish like that. Snake enjoyed it too. Let me make this absolutely clear. I have no interest in that man.
Sure. That's why you told us again.
Football, or soccer as it is known in the States, is extremely popular here. It has not caught on yet in the US, but it has legions of rabid fans all across Latin America. These fans can get so rowdy that it is commonly believed El Salvador and Honduras went to war in 1969 over scuffles in a soccer match. In reality, tensions between the two countries were already high. The match was merely one of the sparks that set them off. But these people are so passionate about this sport that the story seems plausible. Predictably, many of the soldiers here are fans. They have apparently divided themselves into Costa Rican and Nicaraguan teams and started playing each other. To play, you need a ball and 2 goals. The R&D team built and set up simple goals on the deck. I had absolutely no interest, but Chico insisted that I come and watch. It was not a proper match by any means. The pitch was not even regulation size, but the players and spectators alike got pretty excited. They banged empty cans and shouted cheers through the handmade megaphones. It almost felt like carnival. Huey, the referee, blew a whistle to start the match. The soldiers' training has left them in excellent physical shape, but they lack the honed skills of professionals and their play was quite rough. Midway through, one of the men collided with another. They started shouting at one another, but Huey stepped in. I thought we had forsaken our countries, become one with the earth, he said, quoting Snake. We are not competing for national pride here, and we are not fighting for the good of any one country. This is not a war. Soccer is a peaceful sport, am I right? The soldiers nodded. They know the pain of war, and they share Snake's vision. Perhaps that is why all this resonates with them. Team Costa Rica was down a man, and somehow I was picked to fill in. Costa Rica had the advantage up until that point. I suppose Huey wanted to keep it balanced. The soldiers agreed with Huey's call. Maybe the Costa Rican players felt an even matchup would be more fun too. I could not be bothered to run at first, but chasing the ball out there in the hot sun, I was soon drenched in sweat. Before long, I found myself actively seeking out the ball, partially out of desperation. I picked up a loose ball deep on the opponent's side of the field. Even though he's Nicaraguan, Chico cheered me on, yelling, "Go for it, shoot!" I launched the ball as hard as I could, only to have it blocked by the keeper. Disappointment only increased my determination. In the end, I didn't score a single goal, and Costa Rica gave up its lead. It was really close, though. We congratulated each other on a good match and sprawled out in the shade on the deck. Exhausted.
But you hated it, right?
The ocean breeze felt so nice on my sun-soaked body. Nuke came over. It is one of his favorite spots, and stretched out next to me. And together, we watched fluffy white clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky.
Okay, no, that ended pretty wholesome. Yeah, she's very much like people that, for some kind of weird personal pride, whatever the reasoning is, are like, I'm too good for this. I don't want to do this thing that like everybody else is a part of and having a good time. And then once they finally do, they kind of come around and enjoy it. I've seen it at concerts where somebody thought, I've heard people talking about one of the opening bands, like, oh, they're terrible, they're not great. And then they see the band and they're like, oh wow, that was actually pretty good. I look over there enjoying it, and they were just talking all kinds of mad-ish before. So it's the same kind of thing there, where it seems like, okay, you started enjoying it a little bit. See, you mess around, you come in here trying to do this mission, you mess around, you start to like things a little bit,
It was lovely out today, so I decided to sun myself in a lounge chair up on the deck when Strangelove came up to me. Despite the heat, she was in her usual long sleeves and pants. I waved at her. She looked away and mumbled, "Hello there. Fancy meeting you here." I asked if she needed anything, feeling her eyes creeping up and down my body like she was savoring it. Finally, she swallowed and said, "You have such beautiful skin." Bewildered, I shook my head and said, "No, not at all. I had heard rumors that she was a lesbian, but she couldn't be after me, could she?" She continued to stare and said, "No, it is beautiful, but you must not let yourself get so tanned." And then she took my hand in hers. "What is wrong with a little sun?" I asked, trying to cut the conversation short. But she shook her head violently. "No, you mustn't. A young lady should take better care of her skin." She was acting strangely now, as if aroused. She lectured me on the perils of tanning, how it ages skin, causing wrinkles and spots, and in the worst cases, even skin cancer. I knew already that tanning could cause spots, but I thought only pale-skinned Anglo-Saxons had to deal with that. Having a scientist tell me it causes aging, though, that spooked me a little. If I am to keep playing the teenager, I will have to start paying more attention to my skin. Sensing my anxiety, she took a small tube from her pocket. She said it was the sunscreen she always used. She told me to keep it. I didn't know what to say. I was more than happy to take it, but exactly what were her intentions? Was she merely being nice? Or is she really into me? Either way, there was no reason to refuse, I suppose. I have undergone training. An out-of-shape woman does not pose any real threat to me. Having power means not being afraid. It is the same on a global scale. A country with nukes can dictate terms to a country without them. I thanked her and took the tube. Then she offered to put some on for me. She squirted some lotion onto her fingers and began rolling it into my chest. It happened so suddenly, and I was so taken aback that I did not even think to protest. She caressed my stomach with her long white fingers, then slid them upwards between my bikini-clad
Just
breasts.
turned into fan fiction.
What? Wait, I sputtered as her moist eyes met mine.
It really did.
She was beautiful. Somehow, I found myself captivated by this woman more than 10 years my elder. "Hold still," she whispered in my ear. I nodded silently, unable to refuse. My body went limp, motionless, as if in a trance. Gently, carefully, she rubbed the lotion all over my entire body. I shouldn't have enjoyed it. And yet, I could not help myself. For a moment, I was spellbound. That woman is dangerous. I had better watch myself.
All right, we're gonna take a break here. I need to go get some lotion. No, I'm joking. It got really like descriptive there, and it sounded a lot like fan fiction. Like the way that was written was amusing to me. It wasn't just like, oh, this thing happened. It was like going into incredible detail, like the stereotypical like erotic novel descriptions.
Protecting one's health is an important part of any agent's job. But despite my best efforts, I have caught a cold.
Rip.
Now that I think about it, Mother Base's numbers are on the rise, with soldiers coming from all different places and backgrounds. It is no wonder then that sooner or later someone would bring in a virus. That said, what I have got is just a common cold. The medical team said I'd need a few days rest, so I've been restricted to my room and put on bed rest. I thought I'd gotten used to not having anyone around to relate to, but at times like these, being alone is just miserable.
Where's Nuke?
All I could do was
Yes.
lay there and stroke Nuke's back, trying to take my mind off how bad I felt. Nuke just sat there, not making a sound. But I did have visitors. Amanda and Chico, Huey, Cecile, Miller, and a few of the soldiers I've become relatively close to. Amanda made me a soup with herbs she said were good for a cold. Miller told me to take it easy. I will sing you a lullaby, he said, then broke out a guitar and sang some incomprehensible song in Japanese. I did not need to understand the lyrics to know he is an awful singer. Then he said, "You know what is good for a cold? Suppositories. Here, I'll show you." He began to take off his pants, so I threw my tissue box at him to make him go away.
All right.
Then Strangelove showed up, saying she had some miracle Indian cure. It has got eucalyptus extract, she said. It works best if you rub it into your chest. And then she tried to take off my nightshirt. I whacked her with my pillow, and I got rid of her. Chico brought me a little flower in a cup. It had been growing in a little bit of earth that probably found its way on board, stuck to something else. I found this on the deck. Here, you can have it. He tried to act nonchalant, but I am pretty sure he's got a crush on me. None of them understand. If they thought these little visits would cheer me up, they were wrong. Tonight, Snake himself came to my room. Like the rest, he believes I am just a schoolgirl and treats me as such. "Why did you abandon your country?" I asked him. "Why create the MSF?" Of course, I knew the answers already, but I wanted to hear it from him. As I had imagined, he was not exactly forthcoming. All he would say is that his country abandoned him because all he could do was fight. And that is why he needed the MSF, because that is all he is any good for. Then he said, "Fighting is the only thing I understand, but that does not mean I have got a grudge against those who believe in peace. I am not one of them, and I do not believe in peace. Conflict is in man's nature. We fight our enemies in order to survive. Maybe we are not so different after all, he and I. But that is exactly why I'm going to have to kill him, or else he will have to kill me. When I stop and think about this wretched existence, being killed by a man like that suddenly does not seem like such a bad thing."
Little development there.
Every month, Mother Base throws a party for all the soldiers whose birthdays fall in that month. There is something strange about a military organization having parties. Really though, it is just an excuse to drink and make noise. It is not easy to get alcohol on a fortress in the middle of the ocean. Most days they are training from dawn till dusk. They do not have time for things like drinking. That is why Snake and Miller came up with the idea, to give everyone a chance to let loose. Obviously, a bunch of boors like that are not going to bother with blowing out candles on a cake. Rather, they sit there in a cloud of cigarette smoke, drink beer, eat meat, tell tasteless jokes, and swap crude insults about one another's hometowns. But it hardly ever breaks out into something serious. They talk up a storm, but they're just having fun. It is funny. You have got members of FSLN rubbing shoulders with the UCLAs, people who once would have considered the other mortal enemies. I wonder if that is what makes Big Boss so popular. In leaving their countries behind, they leave their hatred for other countries too. Miller seemed a little protective of me. Hope they're not being too crude, he said. But soon enough, he too was drunk. He yelled, "Come here and take a look at the real Kazuhira Miller." Then dropped his pants and mooned everybody. The other soldiers burst out laughing. I have never seen such a crude, ridiculous party before. And yet, all these people, laughing and acting the fool. Is this what they call peace? For some reason, I began to think about all that has happened since I came here. Fishing with Chico, cooking with Amanda and Cecile, playing soccer, having visitors when I caught a cold. When I stop and think about it, my time here has been the most peaceful of my life. But that is about to end. I cannot imagine he will be willing to negotiate. It seems I am to fight the legendary Big Boss. I do not know if I'll be able to beat him. But if I have to choose between death and defying Cypher, I will gladly choose death. The thought of dying does not scare me. But if I disobey my orders, the fear and despair awaiting me will be far worse than anything I can imagine. It was Cypher who took me in as an orphan, gave me food and a place to live. His orders may have been unreasonable, but I will never repay my debt entirely. It seems I have no choice. I must fight this man. I must fight Snake.
So she's obviously very conflicted. I wonder how much she actually cares about the mission per se. How much does she really feel indebted, first of all? Because she says, I'll never repay it. Does she really believe that? Has she been convinced that? You know, those are the questions on that side. And the other side is, again, we've seen she actually has developed some sort of a sentimentality towards Mother Base, towards this whole group. But she's like, I'm not going to defy them. Death is like whatever, but defying Cypher would be way worse. So it seems like, you know, she doesn't really have or feel like she has an option. So what's going on, Tusk?
Juno Miller, Snake's right-hand man, apparently has got at least one serious weakness. He is an insatiable womanizer. He does not bother me, most likely because he considers teenagers off limits. But he has hit on every single one of the few female soldiers here at Mother Base. They ought to be telling him where to stick it, but end up falling for it so easily. I think some of it stems from the fact that he is actually not that bad looking. Anyway, today, that nasty habit got him in trouble. He and Snake got into one of their rare fights, and I was there to see it. They burst out of the showers, completely naked, trading punches. I am no child. The sight of a naked man does not make me blush, but this was something else. Maybe this'll teach you, Snake yelled as he slammed his fists into Miller's chest. I heard later that apparently he'd been two-timing someone, and that same someone had gone to Snake with her troubles. As I see it, it is her own fault for letting herself be deceived like that. If she is too dumb to see through Miller's lies, then she got what she deserved. But this was not the first time it had happened, or the second, and Snake read Miller the riot act. Miller argued back, and what began as a shouting match turned into a fist fight. "You son of a bitch," Miller yelled as he swung. "Not bad," said Snake, smiling, "but not good enough." And then he was back on the offensive. They had already been at it pretty hard in the showers, and their bodies were covered with bruises. Both of these men had been trained for war, their bodies deadly weapons. They were each bleeding from a dozen places. All this from a fist fight. Even so, it was far less gruesome than if they had given it their all. It was obvious that one of them would be dead were they fighting for real. Miller took another swing, yelling, "Try this then!" Snake parried, then responded in kind. But I could tell he was not aiming for anything vital. "You are one tough bastard, boss," Miller muttered. A smile crept across his face as he caught his breath. And then they went right on fighting. Blood and sweat flew off their glistening bodies. It was combat without hatred or hostile intent. I had never seen violence like this before. And yet, it was more than just a friendly tussle. They were utilizing every technique they knew. It was not a sporting match. They were not playing by the rules. How could they keep this up? At last, the two men tired themselves out, and the bizarre scene came to an end. They looked at each other's battered bodies, and then burst out laughing, embracing and congratulating each other on a good fight. It all seemed so idiotic. I still cannot fathom such behavior. But somehow, I got the sense that for all his womanizing, Miller really only trusted one person, and that was Snake. There was no way I could ever come between the two of them. And at that thought, I began to feel as if I had lost.
So they embraced each other after the fight, huh? You think their wieners touched? No. They're just out there fighting meat, flopping around and everything, just completely naked, huh? It reminds me of something else, that I know Tusk would know what I'm... Well, I don't know if Tusk would make the connection, but it reminds me of something that I know Tusk knows about. But I'm not going to spoil the thing.
All of Mother Base is preparing for a festival. Since Snake and his soldiers spend so much time fighting, they are setting aside one day a year for peace and relaxation. I do not know all the details, but apparently that is what Snake and Miller decided. These soldiers love the idea, of course. There is so little fun to be had here that everybody looks forward to events like these. That is all well and good, but somehow I got roped into getting on stage. "Come on, we even both have peace in our name," said Miller. "And Zdarnov, that old Ruski's name, has something to do with peace too, right? Hey, as long as we're having a day of peace, we ought to get an act together. The Three-Piece Band." I thought he was joking. He then proceeded to share his idea without bothering to check with me. And now, I am slated to sing. Apparently, he had heard me on the deck one day, and since then he's wanted to form a band. Everybody's looking forward to it, so there is no way for me to back out now. I have never done anything like this, but it does feel kind of nice to know that people are looking forward to it. I mean, it cannot be any worse than Miller's singing, but modifications to Zeke are already finalized, and I must complete my mission. Betray Cypher now, and I will face a fate far worse than death. Still, there's no need to put things in motion just yet. What difference would it make to just wait a little while longer? A whole day of peace. The mission can wait until after that. Can it not? I know I am only delaying the inevitable. When the day comes, one of us will have to die. Snake or me. But still, if I could just come up with some way to stall Cypher, at least until our day of peace. When did I start having thoughts like this?
Yep, see, we got the conflict.
My cover is blown. They know nothing of Cypher or my true objective, but they know I am a spy. There is no more time left. I must act now. I must complete my mission. How did it come to this? All I wanted was 3 more days. Just 3. Miller's already finished writing the song. It is called Love Deterrent. It is about a girl who cannot express her true feelings. I have been practicing. I am no pro, but I was pretty sure I would do a decent job. And now this. Cypher found out that Zeke was complete. He must have someone inside Mother Base besides me. spinning his tightly wound web of control, leaving no room for individual will. Typical. When they found out Zeke was complete, I was ordered to execute the operation immediately. If I was going to enjoy just one day of peace, I had to ensure the plan could not move forward. I tried to sabotage Zeke. I thought by damaging the drive system, they would have no choice but to delay their plans. I waited until midnight, and then snuck into the hangar. There would be trouble if it looked like sabotage. I selected one of the drive system's load-bearing parts and carefully worked to warp its shape. The legs drive system requires a high degree of precision to operate. Even the smallest deviation would have done it. Then, Chico walked in. Maybe it was one of those nights where he could not sleep. In any case, he saw me, panicked, and took off running. It would have been easy to kill him, but I could not. I know he likes me. It is not as if I would ever have an interest in a child like him, but I could not pull the trigger. Not at him, not in the back. Will he tell them? Or is there a chance he will keep it a secret? Protect me? No. He knows now. Knows I am not who he thought I was. He ran without even questioning what I was doing. There is no chance he does not know. And soon, all I have built here will end. And if Cypher has another agent among them, if he finds out I tried to sabotage Zeke, this place will no longer be my heaven. Then it is settled. I make my move now. Chico walked in before my sabotage was complete, so Zeke should still be operational. It might not run at full speed or power, but I do not have time to fix that. Without Zeke, I do not have a chance in hell of winning. I must act fast before Chico sounds the alarm. I knew it would come to this. I just did not think it would be so soon. It is time, Zeke. Metal Gear Zeke. Activate.
There we go. That's a good lead up to the ending of Peace Walker, which you don't get to hear until after you beat it. I don't know exactly what you do to unlock those tapes in Peace Walker. We have some music here. I thought yeah, there's some Peace Walker stuff. There's just a few things here, not too much. You don't need too much in this because this is a smaller game. But also, we have the other things that I wanted to go through, and these, it's going to take a little bit, but I think some of these are also fairly short, like these briefing ones. I think some of them are pretty short. It's like just a little bit of info on this one specific thing, but then other ones are like really long. So we're still going to be here for a little bit, but I think we got plenty of time. We'll, let's keep moving here. Yeah, see, 46 seconds.
This is a one-man infiltration mission, boss. Equipment is the bare essentials. Anything else will be OSP. The target location is a prison camp on a U.S. military base. Those Marines have the place locked down tight. Your only backup will be one extraction chopper. We can't send anything else.
You won't need to.
Again, this is infiltration, a sneaking mission. Your number one priority is remaining undetected. Use discretion before engaging any guards you encounter. Be mindful of their sensory perceptions: sight, sound, smell, and pain. Fortunately, these atmospheric conditions will continue until dawn. That should provide you with some cover.
At least the weather's on my side.
Your mission objective is to rescue Chico and Paz. According to Chico, they're both being held at an old prison facility. Recon from the intel unit supports this, so it's safe to assume that's where they are. Once you've gotten them to the RV, call in the extraction chopper. I'll monitor the situation and offer guidance from here, but you'll be the one in the field. How you handle this mission is entirely up to you, boss. Snake, yesterday we received official communication from the IAEA. It says, it has come to our attention that your organization recently purchased nuclear fuel from Uzbekistan authorities. We request permission to inspect your facilities.
What a load of bullshit.
Yeah, They're after Metal Gear Zeke's nuclear warhead. I'm betting this is payback from Cypher after Paz's leak.
Using the UN.
There's no telling how much influence they have. But the IAEA can only do inspections in countries that are party to the NPT.
And we're not a country.
Exactly. We haven't signed a safeguards agreement with the IAEA over peaceful nuclear use, and we're not obligated to report any nuclear material we have, nor information about any nuclear facilities. The IAEA has no authority to inspect us.
But despite all that,
That nuke's our last line of defense. We don't want to announce we have it until the world is preparing to wipe us off the map. Until then, we let everyone think we're just a private army with conventional firepower.
what's Huey's take?
That the problem's how to hide the nuke in Metal Gear. But I gotta tell you, he was all for it.
I see. But there's no way we can have the IAEA poking around here.
So what do? Ignore them?
Send them an official letter of refusal. Say that we're a private organization and we've done nothing to attract this suspicion.
You got it.
We finished Zeke's waterproofing reinforcement yesterday. The day after tomorrow, we'll be done installing the main depth control tank, the compressed air tank, and the attitude control propeller pod.
Huey,
If the underwater test goes well, next week we'll try the 300-foot seabed depth.
drop the act, Huey. How did we end up agreeing to the nuclear inspection?
Because after you sent that letter, I told them. After careful reconsideration, we agree to your request. And frankly, we should be inspected. This is our chance. If they come and go without discovering the nuke, we can tell the world we're clean. Of course, it's risky, and we'll have to make sure everything's perfect, but it'll be worth it.
Huey, can they do an inspection without going through the Board of Governors?
We contacted the IAEA's admin branch, and they said there's no record of us being brought up at any of the board's meetings.
I'd say probably a preliminary inspection to determine whether we should be referred to the board. So it's bound to be a small inspection team, and they won't be here that long. Don't worry, leave everything to me.
Has the media gotten wind of this?
Yeah, 2 major Western networks want to do stories on us. I planned on saying yes.
What? You want to broadcast this place to the world?
That's why I agreed to the inspection. This is a golden opportunity. We can use the media to prove to the world we don't have a nuke. Besides, even if we said no, it would just be delaying the inevitable.
Kaz, our hands are tied now. Start getting the place ready.
Thanks, boss.
Don't get the wrong idea. You've set it up so that any more changes of heart will arouse suspicion, that's all.
Zeke stays, but we'll have to move all other AFVs to shore. Any potential troublemakers can go with them for some mandatory R&R. Sound good, boss?
Just do it. About the inspection, what do we tell the men?
The truth. What else? The one thing we don't need to worry about is anyone here spilling the beans about Zeke.
Good point. What about the Sandinistas? There's still quite a few of them left on the base.
I hate to say it, but it won't look good having Soviet bloc personnel here. The problem is, moving a group that size in a hurry would look even worse.
At least Amanda's on assignment in Cuba. They'd recognize her. She should stay put for now.
All civilians save Huey will have to return to their countries.
Even your Parisian.
Of course, we'll get her whatever paper she needs. Dr. Strangelove's departure came at a perfect time. The less Zeke-related staff here, the better.
Wait, she left?
That's right. You were away on a mission. She left last week. There's nothing cooking in AI weapons research, and Zeke is complete. There was really no reason for her to hang around.
I'm surprised Huey let her go that easy.
Yeah, his crush on Strangelove was never much of a secret, huh? He followed her everywhere while Zeke was in development. Boy, would she get pissed. But he does have a lot on his mind right now. I've got bigger issues to deal with. That's what he said.
That's the spirit, Huey.
10 days ago, we got reports that Paz was still alive.
She survived.
She was rescued by Belizean fishermen who found her drifting in the Caribbean.
So what's the plan? Silence her before we're compromised?
No. I've got something else in mind. Our friends at Cypher suspect Paz could be a double agent. She's being held for interrogation at a camp on the southern tip of Cuba.
Black site. Nice. A slice of American pie on communist soil, and out of U.S. legal jurisdiction.
The upcoming inspection of Mother Base has to be connected somehow. The timing's too perfect.
The UN's nuclear inspection.
My guess is they're trying to corroborate Paz's leak.
We're an army without a nation.
Word of our capabilities gets out, and we'll have the whole world out to shut us down. Having an American private intelligence agency involved's bad news. Cypher's the ones who sent Paz to us in the first place.
She knows their true nature.
Right. Paz is our only link to Cypher. If she's still alive, we need her on our side. If not us, who else is gonna rescue that bitch?
When do we do it?
The inspection comes first. We'll deal with this afterwards.
Do the men know?
Word has started to spread. The information came from Cuba through Amanda. One of the base personnel used to belong to El Frente. I'll tell everyone we don't concern ourselves with the survival of enemy spies. We need them focused on the inspection. And if we get her back here and she isn't cooperative, there's still plenty of room for her in the ocean.
Works for me. What about Chico? He had a chance to stop Paz from hijacking Zeke and he blew it. He's carried that guilt ever since. Kid really did care about her.
Chico, it's hard to say how he'll react.
Have Amanda call him out to Cuba. He shouldn't be here right now.
Good idea. They haven't seen each other in a while. Little time with Big Sis and he'll forget all about you-know-who. What? Still no sign of Chico?
What's going on?
It's Amanda in Cuba. Our resupply package arrived, but Chico wasn't with it. Relax, Amanda. I'm sure he's just exploring Havana or something. First time in the big city. Could have gotten carried away.
Cos, wait. The boat Chico was on, did it stop anywhere before it got to Havana?
Yeah, it had to refuel at Santiago de Cuba. You don't think... Oh, shit. You gotta be kidding me. He does this now?
It's 60 miles from Santiago to the prison camp. Chico used to cross the mountains with the older Sandinistas like it was nothing. He'll make that in 3 days.
Still, even if he does find his way there...
You know how reckless he can be. Chico thinks we've abandoned Paz. That's why he's doing this.
We'll start by having the intel detachment in Cuba look for him. We can't let him be captured.
There's some cages to the east of a big building. East an old grassy facility. That's where we are. Help me, Snake.
It's a setup.
We have no choice.
Yeah, if Chico talks, he could blow the nuke cover up. We can't hold off until the inspection's over.
When can we be ready?
It'll take at least 16 hours to confirm the flight path and prep a bird. The intel unit has started reconning the area.
Sounds like I'll have to miss the inspection.
Boss, we'll just have to send someone else to get them out.
No. I'll go.
Yeah, Chico and Paz would only take orders from you anyway. And we can't go taking on those Marines at the base head on. It's gotta be off the radar, and it's gotta be you.
Hold down the fort, Cos.
We know he's talked in the past. I don't think we have a confirmed date. I don't remember the exact date, but I do know roughly when this is. It's not super long. It's like just a few months, I think, after Peace Walker. So Chico's still pretty young. We know he's talked in the past. He regretted it. Would he talk again? That's the question.
Snake, you can forget about civil liberties where you're headed. God only knows what they'd do to you if you got caught. Do not let that happen. The Cubans leased the land to the U.S. as a gesture for helping them gain independence from Spain. The deal remains in effect until both countries agree to dissolve it, or the U.S. abandons the land. That's why America still operates the base even after La Revolucion. Problem is, it's leased land.
Meaning it isn't American soil, so the U.S. Constitution doesn't apply there. That allows them to withhold its civil rights protections.
Yeah, that's Uncle Sam's excuse. The area was originally only for detaining refugees from countries like Cuba and Haiti. But a few years ago, the CIA and its like started using it as a black site. Enemies of the state are renditioned there and subjected to extreme forms of interrogation. You can bet Cypher had a hand in that. As you'd expect, American and other Western human rights organizations aren't allowed anywhere near the place. What happens there disappears down the memory hole.
Who knows what they're doing to Chico and Paz?
I'd like to interrogate her ourselves. But if worst comes to worst, make sure she's dead. Chico, on the other hand, we have to bring back. Fast. He knows too much about us.
Cos?
The area is surrounded by mines placed by both the US and Cuba, making escape on foot impossible. You're heading into the Lion's Den, Snake. Don't take this one lightly. Come back in one piece.
Yeah.
Alrighty, now it's time for Paz's spy log, Big Boss, and Mother Base. Good handful of things here, and I think some of them, I think some of these are somewhat lengthy. Oh, this one's not.
I heard about Paz's tapes.
Yeah. Why do you think she'd leave him behind? And that diary?
Whatever it was, her commitment was wavering. That much is clear.
Yep.
So she was leaving clues to help us.
No way to know for sure. And the ocean's not giving her back.
November 4th, 1974. At the outskirts of Barranquilla, Colombia. Contact with Big Boss successful. Zadornov posed as my professor, but Big Boss took one look and knew he was KGB. However, he does not seem to suspect me. To him, I am just a peace-loving student and another victim of the CIA. We asked him to drive the CIA out of Costa Rica. To him, this means betraying his country. His forces are smaller than anticipated. They drift from place to place with nowhere to call home. That provided us an opportunity, so we seized it. Zadornov offered them a plant off the Costa Rican coast to use as a base. As expected, Miller jumped at the chance. Although initially reluctant, Big Boss came around when Zadornov played him the tape. All because the voice on it sounded like his mentor, the boss.
More Peace Walker
Next is
recap.
Snake, the man who once saved the world from the brink of nuclear war. Awarded the title of Big Boss for his service. He later became a mercenary, abandoning both his title and his country. To him, that honor was steeped in the blood of the boss, the mentor he was forced to eliminate. Exceptionally charismatic, he possesses unparalleled combat and intelligence gathering abilities. His only discernible weakness is her. This operation hinges on how effectively we can exploit that. Kazuhira Miller is Big Boss's lieutenant. Half Japanese, half American. He once served in Japan's self-defense force. Though he and Snake first met as enemies, they discovered a common bond and together built their private army, with Miller directing business and administrative affairs. He comes off as shallow, but his true intent is hard to read. I must be careful. All that is clear is his infatuation with Big Boss.
Yeah, him and everyone else, huh?
With East and West fighting over its control, Central America is now the most contested region on Earth. CIA Central American Station Chief Coldman has developed Peace Walker, a fully AI-automated, fail-deadly nuclear launch system with which he aims to reignite the Cold War. Snake's new objective in Costa Rica is to prevent that. Zadornov's, or should I say, the KGB's plan is to play the two sides against each other, turning the entire region red. Not one of the three parties realize they're all just pawns in Cypher's hands. Cypher watches all. Mother Base has developed rapidly since being established in the Caribbean Sea. They recruit more personnel daily, and already their mercenary services are turning a profit. Big Boss's leadership and charisma, and Miller's business acumen drive this impressive growth. Furthermore, joining forces with a faction of the FSLN has expanded their power even more. They have even commenced their own weapons development program. All is proceeding according to Cypher's will. I could not be more pleased. Snake's pursuit of Peace Walker led him to an AI modeled after the boss's thought patterns. It was incomplete, but, somewhat ironically, Making contact with Snake was the necessary finishing touch. Meanwhile, the scientist behind Peace Walker's locomotive control, Huey, defected to Snake's army. His presence has greatly accelerated weapons development at Mother Base. I failed to anticipate Coldman's madness, but nuclear war was averted. However, this was only after the boss AI on board Peace Walker sank itself to the bottom of the lake in what could be likened to suicide. The boss laid down her gun, choosing to sing for peace instead, and Snake, himself a gun, parted ways with her. In doing so, he reclaimed the title he once abandoned. He is Big Boss. Zadornov has been detained. Since this leaves my cover identity without a guardian, the Mother Base staff has taken me in. I am now better placed than ever to monitor their internal affairs. Everything continues to unfold according to plan. The developer of the boss AI, Dr. Strangelove, has also come to Mother Base. With her and Huey's expertise, they can now develop a weapon capable of matching Peace Walker.
This is really where her diary begins, right? Her diary started with the point where she was taken in as like a regular member of Mother Base. So she's super serious up to this point. The diary happens around this point between, well, it takes place like between these two for the most part, right? I don't know what Zeke completed means, because she made modifications to it. I don't know if she means they built Zeke or if she means I've finished my modification. So that dictates a little bit where this is at in relation to her diary.
Development on the bipedal weapon is now complete. They call it Metal Gear Zeke.
Okay.
It stands there like some sort of mystical guardian. The soldiers gaze on it with pride and reverence. Big Boss has elected to arm it with a nuclear weapon. As an army without a nation, they seem to feel the need for a deterrent against whatever the world might pit against them. It is a dangerous gambit. Why do such a thing? Their nuclear strategy differs from the Americans and the Soviet Union. The superpowers deter attack by revealing their nuclear arsenals to one another. Snake and his men know that if they were to go public with this, the whole world would unite against them. Business would dry up overnight. So they do not plan on revealing the nuke until necessary. This ace-in-the-hole approach is their idea of a nuclear strategy. Wielding a deterrent, all the while unable to reveal its existence. I wonder if Snake sees how vulnerable this makes them.
Good question.
Yes. Hijack Zeke? Yes, I did indicate that to be our leverage. But I cannot imagine his agreeing to that now. But did you not raise them to safeguard your governance without borders? No. I have not forgotten. Cypher Watch is all. Yes, things are proceeding, but modifying Zeke has not proven easy. I am using Zadornov to buy some time. No, I have not forgotten what you said. However, well, forgive me for asking, but this is you I am speaking to, isn't it, Cypher? I will fight Big Boss. The world must be ruled by a single will. To defy Cypher is a fate worse than death.
It just now clicked with me that Zadornov was a distraction, right? Okay, so once again, I'm going to click through a couple things here. I want to see if there's anything else that we should look at. I would suggest if you care about spoilers and stuff, these are all fine, but the one on the left there, if you care about spoilers, you don't want to see things, because some of this is stuff we wouldn't really have until after we beat this, so we'll be listening to it after the mission. But I want to make sure, so I'm going to take a look now, so look away if you're bothered by that. Yeah, I don't think I don't think I want to listen to any of these. Yeah, they're acquired tapes, acquired in the field. So I don't want to listen to any of these right now. Okay. So now we're back in the main menu. No more spoilers. What I'm going to do is step away for a moment because I already finished my water. Well, there's a tiny bit left like that. And now there's not. So I'm going to go get some more water. And I'm going to use the bathroom real quick so I don't have to in the middle of the gameplay. And I'll be back in just a couple of minutes and we will actually get started with the game. Alrighty, we are back up in here and we're ready to begin. So we're just going to go straight to mission select here. I don't care whatever else was in progress because I haven't played this game in ages. And we're gonna go with this right here. So rescue Mother Base member Chico and high-value target Paz from a U.S. naval prison facility and escape the mission area by chopper. Targets Chico and Paz. Let's go. In an era when the world was still divided into East and West, the boss, the mother of special forces and the hero of World War II, defected to the Soviet Union. Under orders from the U.S. government, her final apprentice, Naked Snake, took her life, but for the boss, her defection was no more than a cover. She was made to sacrifice herself to prevent nuclear war. That was her final mission. The boss used Snake to ensure that the Philosopher's Legacy, the vast military fund under Soviet Army control, would reach America. For these outstanding accomplishments, Snake was awarded the title of Big Boss. After turning his back on America, Snake began recruiting soldiers with the help of Kazuhira Miller, a man he first met in a war zone. In 1974, the pair constructed a secret base in the Caribbean. Snake's private army continued to grow until their need for a deterrent prompted them to obtain a nuclear weapon. Meanwhile, Major Zero, the man who once worked with Snake to create Special Forces Unit Fox, used the Philosopher's Legacy to expand his intelligence organization, Cypher. Cypher proceeded to spread its roots into the furthest depths of the United States. With no military of his own, Zero longed to rejoin his old comrade, Snake, and sent his operative Paz to make contact. Paz attempted to steal the nuclear-equipped walking battle tank Metal Gear Zeke, but was thwarted by Snake. Flung from Zeke's cockpit, Paz vanished beneath the waves of the Caribbean. Secondary Woo, Silent Pistol. Okay, that's it. So that was our additional... Oh, we can't even go back to that now. That was our additional recap of Peace Walker. So we've got a lot of recaps. Now, this is why I do want to say real quick before I enter, this is why Peace Walker was important. Portable Ops, I think, does go into Miller and how they met, but I think a lot of the events, if I'm not mistaken, of Portable Ops have kind of been retroactive continuity, as they call it, retconned. They've been changed, and it's not really considered canon anymore. I think I might be wrong. Usually, from what I've seen, because I played a little bit of Portable Ops in the past, but I never beat that one. From what I've seen, people tend to say that one is not really part of the main story. That's my understanding. I probably should do more research on that, but yeah, I don't know. Peace Walker's like a better... It's like Portable Ops improved anyway. Just whatever. All right. But this is why I've been saying, Peace Walker is really critical, because basically everything we just listened to in those briefings was all Peace Walker stuff. It's either the actual diaries from Peace Walker or it's things about those characters. The only character that, if Miller was in Portable Ops, sure, but he was also a critical character to Peace Walker, and the only things we heard references to how they originally met, but it wasn't really critical to the story, right? Whereas everything else was critical so far. All the Peace Walker stuff, that is. All right, let's go. A Hideo Kojima game. Kojima is God.
She told us everything. Don't worry, I kept my word. She didn't suffer long. Here. You earned it. How's it feel to play the traitor? No more war games. You're a real man now, soldier. Give my regards to your boss when you get home.
Some freaky stuff going on there with this chest. Here's to you. So I don't really know the original song, but this was used in Metal Gear Solid 4's credits. Here's to you, Nicola and Bart. Apparently this one's bad for DMCA, but it's whatever.
Days ago, we got reports that Paz was still alive.
She survived.
She was rescued by a Belizean fisherman who found her drifting in the Caribbean.
So what's the plan? Silence her before we're compromised?
No. I've got something else in mind. Our friends at Cypher suspect Paz could be a double agent. She's being held for interrogation at a camp on the southern tip of Cuba.
Black site. Nice. A slice of American pie on communist soil and out of U.S. legal jurisdiction.
The upcoming inspection of Mother Base has to be connected somehow. The timing's too perfect.
The UN's nuclear inspection.
My guess is they're trying to corroborate Paz's leak.
We're an army without a nation.
Word of our capabilities gets out, and we'll have the whole world out to shut us down. Having an American private intelligence agency involved's bad news. Cypher's the ones who sent Paz to us in the first place.
She knows their true nature.
Right. Paz is our only link to Cypher. If she's still alive, we need her on our side.
XOF. Saw it on the chopper there as well. And the patch.
Trojan horse is in. This pirate crackdown's a go. Move!
So who's the other target?
That would be Chico. He's being held in the same area as Paz. Last radio contact was 40 hours ago. Find them both. Bring them back alive. Enter the compound from the south cliff. Secure Chico and Paz, then report back from the rendezvous point.
It's basically the Fox. Yeah, I mean, there's Fox right there. It's basically the same thing, just inverted. XOF.
We'll send a chopper from across the Cuban border. You should be back at Mother Base in time for lunch. You'll probably just miss our guests. The only catch is you go in solo. The politically sensitive nature of the mission means backup is not an option.
Fine. I like some alone time now and then.
Climbing on slippery, like wet rocks like that, dude, that's hardcore.
I'm in front of the prison camp.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
What a reference.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Chico and Paz are being held in an old, unused part of the compound. Get inside and head northeast.
And we're playing.
Mission info has been
This is an infiltration mission. You've got to stay out of sight. Before you go any further, use your binoculars to recon the area. What do you see?
Where's that dude? Oh, I'm gonna need to turn the sensitivity. I'm gonna need to fine tune the sensitivity. I like high sensitivity, but this is a lot right now. Let me try that. Oh, it's not working. My mouse has a sensitivity thing on it, but it's not doing anything. I think the game has overridden it. All right, so let's check out a couple things in here real quick. Dip that down by 1. Let me take a look at the game. Is that no? Is there no audio? Screen, game, display, camera control. What? I don't know why it'd be in here, but I'm not sure. Oh, hell no. Hell no. No 30 FPS luck here. I guess we can leave VSync on. Doesn't matter that much. 3090's not gonna care about this game. Didn't really want to go into options right now. It kind of takes away from the game a little bit, but since that sensitivity is wild, maybe a little better. Maybe still not.
break through the fence or go around. What do you think?
I mean, I think I'm just trying to look at dudes now. I mean, not in that way.
Your binoculars are equipped with a directional microphone. You should be able to listen in on whatever they're pointed at.
That is true, but I think those guys might have just had a conversation and we missed it. All right. So I don't remember the controls, so bear with me as I figure them out.
If you ready your weapon while crawling, you can move horizontally left or right. If you do that holding the dash button, you'll move faster.
There we go. No, it's not working. I'm doing what it said. There we go. Wait for it. I don't know if it'll happen. I think I can't roll because maybe the way the ground is there. I don't know. Because I'm holding the same buttons right now. It's not rolling. Okay, so there's a thing you can do.
You can check the controls on the pause screen.
Yeah, there's a thing you can do that I was trying to make happen and it doesn't, because I've already done it. But I'll tell you what it is. Ooh, you get some big old beefy stuff here.
You can use that to take out their vehicles or anti-air guns. But you'll be broadcasting your position to the whole base. If you're gonna use it, be ready.
Yeah, so basically, those XOF patches that those guys threw down, you can collect those. That's a collectible thing. And one of them is actually stuck to you. And if you just get up to
climb an obstacle,
if you just start rolling around like I was doing a minute ago, just roll back and forth for a bit, it'll do this weird scene where you see it like it's like a cinematic scene of him rolling around and stuff. And he'll actually, the patch will fly off and you collect it. Just kind of wanted to show that off, but yeah, I already have all the patches, I'm pretty sure. I didn't want to delete my data. So, you know, we got what we got. How does this work? Oh my god. How do I...
Lie down.
There's no way. That's not right. Oh, I didn't need to be aiming at him. Right.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
Speak.
Spit it out. That was a bit of a convoluted thing because you had to hold Q.
Head for the old prison. You'll find the
And
targets
I
there.
was still aiming, so I'm holding the right mouse button, and then I had to use the arrow keys to actually pick the command. And I was like, there's no way that's how you're supposed to do it. You could just stop aiming, I forgot. It's been a bit, okay. I gotta relearn things. Little mouse. I don't know about that second one, Tusk.
There's a guard up there. If you're going to eliminate him, use a gun.
You got some funny stuff happen right here. If you knock these first guys out, then This vehicle, I've seen it just run the dudes over while they're laying on the ground.
Now head east to the old prison area. You can bring up the target's location on your iDroid.
God, this game is so cool, though. I do gotta figure out what's up with the sensitivity, though. It's a bit wild.
Contact me if you need advice. You can use your iDroid to check all sorts of operational data. The map, objectives, the target's locations. It'll help a lot if you let it.
Alright, let's get up here.
That rain just won't let up. It'll help you stay out of sight, but watch you don't get hypothermia.
Can't I hold control and move slower? I can. Gotcha, bitch.
CQC is effective for dealing with nearby enemies.
Alright. What else does this guy have to say?
I've sent VIs of the targets to your iDroid. Take a good look. Open the
I can't
menu tab,
talk to him.
Then select Mission Info. From there you can view targets' photos or check other visual information.
Okay,
You should
I
try
can't seem to
listening
talk to
those
him.
soldiers.
Ammo.
Casual chatter could reveal some.
Are there people talking? I don't think so. So we could actually control these lights, by the way. Which is a nice touch. So you can just do that and make sure it's not pointing anywhere you're gonna be. Easy. I hear a vehicle. I don't think so. So how much should I sandbox this versus just go for the objective? That's the real question. Hand grenade. Get some smoke as well. So what they did say was go east. It's tab, right? Yeah.
This is the transmission we intercepted. Chico's call for help.
This is what we heard in the briefing.
Snake, it's Chico. I need your help. Cypher's holding me on a U.S. military base in Cuba. Gossic's here too. You're at the prison area on the coast. There's some cages to the east of a big building. East an old grassy facility. That's where we are. Help me, Snake.
Their lives are in your hands. Get Chico and Paz out of there.
Okay, so we go to the map, and we can actually
Marker placed.
just straight up do that. So I think we have another dude up here.
Take a good look at the enemy through your binoculars, and you can mark him. Marked enemies can be sensed when nearby, even if there's a wall between you and them. But it only works if you stop and take the time to focus your attention. This helps you maintain situational awareness. Try it.
Is he gonna come this way? Swear I heard some noises. Alright, let's wait a little bit.
Eyes open, boss.
This guy's facing. Of course he is. No.
Those tranquilizer rounds are only good for putting your target to sleep. They won't help you break anything.
Alright. I think that's stuck in.
I'm gonna check it out.
Son of a bitch. There we go. I am really not used to these controls right now. We can get it though. Can we not? Okay. Got him. That dude I never hit. I want to put these guys out for real. Or what I actually mean by that is, hold them up. So I don't have to worry about them waking up. Even though they do stay out for a while.
A gun with a suppressor generates less noise, meaning there's next to no chance of it giving away your presence.
I'm not currently seeing anybody. Oh, there's that guy. You see the body?
Huh? What's up?
Gotcha, bitch.
You should move the bodies of enemies somewhere out of sight.
I mean, it's generally not a bad idea. What we can do is put them in this building here. At least for now. But I really like to get them held up. That way I know they won't get back up. Someone's making some noise. I think it's just the guy I'm carrying, but... It's a long walk for everybody. I think we're safe to just book it. Yo, look at this. Put that guy on your back, fireman carry, and just start sprinting. This is why he's the best. Oh my god. I'm having a hard time getting out the door. I feel weird right now. Like, I feel like I was better at the controls before. But I don't think I ever used a controller on this game. Maybe it's just going to take a minute to get used to. I think I always use keyboard and mouse on this one. Alright, we can leave them all in there. They'll stay out for a while, but... like, one will wake up the other, it'll be a chain reaction, it's gonna suck. Right, we gotta move this thing because it is bothering me. You shoot the lights as well. And then no one can use it. Hey, buddy. Oh. Okay, well, I hit him. Somehow that wasn't a headshot. Dude walking around the camp there. Frank rounds, gotta love it. Alright, so here we have our first marker I placed down. There's a dude.
That's the old prison area. The targets are there.
There's a dude. Wait, oh, it's dropping. I don't understand how some of those weren't hitting. I don't remember the feel. I was good at getting long range hits with that before, so I'm sure I'll get back to that point. But a lot of those I was like, that should have hit.
Boss, we've been in touch with Amanda. We had her listen to Chico's call for help. She agrees with us. She said, I know my brother and I know when he's lying.
But I thought I could do so. I thought I could climb up there. Eh, maybe not. Alright. Take the other route. Oh, maybe it's... No. I thought there was a way to climb up there. Yeah, perfect. He sees the guy I put out. I'm sure he's perfectly fine. What we're gonna do, we're just gonna drop them right over here. No more patting people down like Peace Walker. I could swear there was another guy. That's where you could climb up. I think we can get over from there. Like I said, I can swear there was another guy, but I'm not seeing him yet. Oops. F is not interact. could also throw people. That was like setting them down, but you could throw them, just slam them down. Like an emergency or something, like you gotta get rid of them quick. That would be him. No comment yet, right?
There's someone in there. What do you plan on doing?
We're gonna get him. So it's just like Peace Walker.
Pull them out too if you want, but just don't forget the targets.
We can extract, like prisoners and stuff.
Once you don't end up head first in the ocean.
Yeah, you don't want to slip off here. It's not fun. You'll be like sprinting across here and then you'll fall. Oh! That wasn't planned. You saw what he did. He slid down that thing or whatever and then almost died.
A POW. That's fine if he has some intel, I guess.
You might be able to save, like you might grab the edge, I don't quite remember. To save yourself from the fall, that is. God, his map is so cool. Yeah, no Fulton right now. Alright, let's peek around and see if there's another one that we haven't marked yet. Yeah, see.
Another prisoner. Looks like he's alive.
We'll be done soon enough. Oh, dude. Yeah, you gotta be careful on these edges. As I'm saying it, and then I'm still having these, like, close moments. But I'm also trying not to go too slow. I don't want people waking up. Making my job harder. It'd be nice to catch them and just hold them up. Because it's just like Peace Walker where they won't do anything. I think this is the last one. Because we clearly saw that other one was Chico. Let's be careful. No need to fall. I think even if we can save from falling, I think the prisoner will fall in the water and die. Bruh, you are getting out of here. That's where you're going. You're not locked up anymore. That's all that matters. Alright, I didn't see anyone else, so let's go.
Chico. Chico. Chico, it's me.
No! No! Go away!
Keep it down.
Go away!
Chico, calm down. Calm down. Don't fight it.
Always makes that rubbery, squeaky sound when he's like choking him.
I got Chico.
And Paz.
Not here.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Is Chico able to walk?
Hold on. Not gonna happen.
You'll have to carry him out there. Okay, boss, change of plans. Haul Chico over to the rendezvous point. We'll get Paz's whereabouts out of him once he's calmed down.
Mission
Is there anyone else
See
around?
RV on your map. Okay, now carry Chico there.
The map has been updated.
You saw those lights? Yeah, I think we're good though. Yeah, these guys are new.
Man down!
Alright. Took an extra shot, but we got him. If you don't care about kills, you totally just drop the soldiers in the water. I mean, you can shoot them too, but I could then take them to the ledge and just drop them in the water. Paz is dead.
The RV's just a little further.
They killed her!
Great. You reached the RV. Put the target down for a minute. How's he doing?
Chico, where is Paz?
She's dead.
When was this recorded?
She's dead.
Okay, now use your iDroid to call the chopper for pickup. This is just a hunch, but I think that's all the cassette tapes. Boss, get back to the mission.
What?
Marker placed.
Oh, I made a marker. That's not what I meant to do.
Please select a landing zone confirmed.
Roger that chopper request. It's headed your way now.
Alright. I'm gonna bring these guys down here while we're waiting. It does take a little bit for them to get here. No! No! If you're going to shoot, then shoot. There we are. He's coming in low. I mean, he needs to. Can't arouse suspicion.
This is Morpho, arriving shortly at LZ.
And now, notice I already knew to bring him over here. I already know what's up.
This is Morpho, on station at LZ.
I think if you don't remove the prisoners, they all start screaming and stuff. Alright, I think it's R. Yeah, because E makes you get in too.
Okay, target is in. Target's inside. Is that it?
Not even close.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Yeah, but I think they'll all start screaming when Chico starts making. Dude, what? I'm not. What, dude? I'm not pressing anything. Dude, what the hell? Halt, dude. What the hell's happening? I wasn't pressing anything. I was trying to take my hands off the controller or the keyboard to show, but I didn't want to run off and die. I don't know what the hell was going on. He kept running to the side. I told you there's some weird stuff. Something feels off. I don't know what it is.
Think it could give us a clue to Paz's location. Use your iDroid to listen to it.
I have an actual controller plugged in, but it's sitting face up. The sticks aren't being touched. You know, because you might set a controller face down on the floor or something and the stick tilts, but that would have happened already.
On your feet.
Okay.
Chico was taken out of his cage. Did he leave the tape recording while he was being moved? Paz might be up ahead. I hear vehicles. And a flag. Must be near the heliport. A gate.
Okay.
Chico left the tape on record while he was being moved. Try using what you hear to find Paz. If you're still not sure, listen to the tape again.
This is a fun way to try to do things. I don't know. I'm sure I've done this before because I've played this a bunch, but I don't know how successful I've been doing it this way.
The helipad. That matches Chico's tape.
I hear a surveillance camera.
Surveillance camera.
We heard that on the tape. This is way better than Metal Gear Solid. The fast travel in the trucks.
Watch your corners.
Alright, he backs in here. Yeah, the fast travel in the trucks is just like, let's load. And here it's like, no, you get to jump in and ride around without them knowing. It's pretty sick. What? Oh, hell no. That's fine. Because he'll go out soon. I don't actually know this route super well. I usually go a little more overt. But this is cool. Oh, right, I could have jumped to that, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Yeah, he's no longer neutralized. It's okay. We got cameras all up in here. The other thing that's bothering me is I'm a little low on ammo. I want to get in this building. I know where I could go get some ammo, but there might be some in here. That doesn't spot me.
All fire teams, this is CP. We may have a situation. Whoever's closest, go check it out. CP, this is Zulu 7. We'll investigate ASAP. Out.
None. Terrible. These cameras, though, and they'll see the body.
Where the hell is Paz?
Yeah, this is not good.
Do you copy? Come in. We have a situation. All units on alert. All fire teams, this is CP. We may have a situation. Whoever's closest, go check it out. CP, this is Zulu 1. We'll investigate immediately. Out.
Alright, I did stick him.
All fire teams, this is CP. We may have a situation. Whoever's closest, go check it out.
Oh, you know what I need to do?
This is Delta 1. We'll investigate ASAP. Out.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. I can just pop the cameras. I have a suppressor.
CP, give me a sit rep. Do you copy? Come in. We have a situation. All units on alert.
I think that'll be okay.
All fire teams, this is CP. We lost the security camp. There's no reason for it to be down. Whoever's closest, go check it out. CP, this is Delta 3. We'll investigate immediately. Out.
Alright, see, it's getting
All fire
intense.
CP. We lost the security camp. There's no reason for it to be down. Whoever's closest, go check it out.
Someone might come in from back here too.
Come in. We have a situation. All units on alert.
All right, now what? Dude, I need ammo. This guy's kitted out. All right.
Delta 3, this is CP. Give me a sit rep. Do you copy? Come in. We have a situation. All units on alert.
What is it safe over here? Are they calling people here, right? What happened to this guy? Oh, that's the guy. I'm stupid. That's the guy who moved. I see the gun. I was thinking I moved a different one for some reason. I think I know where to get some ammo without going too far. And I might do that. It's a little bit of backtracking. Well, it's backtracking to an area we didn't explore because the vehicle drove us past it. Yeah, do that a shotgun. So this is how like caution and alert phases and stuff work on here. It's a lot different than it used to be. It's much more organic. They actually kind of search around and stuff. A little bit like the idea they were going for in Metal Gear Solid 2. But it feels very organic. Like they did a very good job with it. Any cameras this way? I think we got the only one. Enemy no longer neutralized. It can't be them. Oh, what? It is! What's the button? Oh! Dude, what is the... Oh my god. It is the mouse button, which I hit. Damn it, that's on me, but I hit the wrong button and I panicked. I tried to CQC him. They actually don't know where I'm at though, so we're good. They shouldn't. Why did he wake up so quick? That's what I'm curious about. Come on.
CP, this is Delta 6. Lost eyes identification.
Get him knocked down. No. Oh, I died. That's okay. We just got a checkpoint a few minutes ago. I didn't think I'd die that quickly. I think you could soak up... Maybe it's Phantom Pain where you could soak up a lot of damage.
Now let's find Paz. If she's dead, we need to see the body to be sure.
Hey, they got rid of my truck.
Where she might be. That's the admin building. Watch your corners.
That'll help things a little bit. Look, I'm not doing anything. I'm telling you, something's goofy with the controls. This is what happened earlier. There were some rounds here. Interesting. But look, I'm not doing anything. I can't, I'm holding right, you know, D, and it's not doing... Okay, I hit A again and it stopped going left, but that's what happened earlier. Something goofy's going on. I don't like it. Sure is a lot of dudes.
Hey, you okay?
I don't know if I hit that guy or not. Oh, I did. Good.
Huh? What's up?
Yeah, who's looking at me? Alright. But they didn't stay out very long here. So I need to move quicker.
All fire teams, this is CP. We lost the security camp. There's no reason for it to be down. Whoever's closest, go check it out.
Someone just said they were hit.
CP, this is Zulu 1. We'll investigate immediately. Out.
But they obviously weren't.
CP, this is Delta 1. We'll investigate ASAP. Out. All fire teams, this is CP. We lost the security camp. There's no reason for it to be down. Whoever's closest, go check it out. CP, this is Zulu 1. We've arrived at the scene. Checking things out. Over. CP, understood. Watch for anything suspicious. Out.
Like darts hitting you out of nowhere.
CP, this is Delta 1. Arrived on scene. Starting a check of the area. Over.
That guy's over here. I could hear him.
Understood. Check your surroundings. Out.
At least it sounded like it. Oh, there's two right there. That's hard to hit. Okay, I know what's going on though. Can I go over this way? I feel like there's a camera over here. I saw that dude. All right. It's going okay, not as well as I hoped it would. But I did get to show how weird the controls are getting. I'm gonna look that one up if I remember later. I gotta go somewhere after this stream. I don't know if I'll have time to do it, but if I remember, I gotta look up to see if anyone else has encountered that. Maybe I just need to unplug the controller. It's doing it again! I swear, as I'm talking about it. Why? I thought I could interact with this. No, guess not. This is the area where the camera's at. Up that way, I think. Now that I know how to CQC to knock him out, I won't make that mistake again, because I really didn't get spotted for any reason other than not knowing how to do it, and I panicked a little bit. I wouldn't have got spotted if I just correctly, oh, throw them. Like, I know exactly how to do it. Oh, they're catching, they're seeing things. Let's go ahead and do this then. Looks a lot different here. Got the military cut and everything.
Mission info.
Get Paz onto the helicopter.
Stop making noise. Stop making noise. So there will be some dudes that start coming down here, like, already. They're gonna make it hard to escape. I think there's more. I keep hearing footsteps. You tell yourself that. They messed you up, didn't they? Shit. No! Come on. Yeah, barely. That first shot didn't hit where I wanted it to. I might go a little lethal just to get this done in one go. Because all these dudes are up again. Not all.
What's going on?
Of course I wasted one. Alrighty. I'm just expecting that guy to wake up. It's been too long. Okay, I was like, I'm not seeing anyone out here yet, and that concerns me.
CP, this is Delta 2. I have eyes on a suspicious person.
Go ahead and call the chopper. Keep an eye out for nearby enemies. They could try to shoot down the chopper.
Stay on the lookout for further activity. Out.
Crane,
That's a little bit of a problem, isn't it? This is where a distraction would have been useful. Don't really have one.
CP, this is Zulu 2. Detonation in the area. Can't tell where. Over. This is CP. Understood. We are under attack. All units on alert.
Another one. Oh, I killed someone. No, that was just a cone. It looked like a leg flopped up too, though.
CP, this is Zulu 1. Detonation in the area. Can't tell where. Over. This is CP. Understood. All units, stay on guard and find any intruders. CP, this is Zulu 6. Explosion spotted. Damage unknown. Over.
I need them. Maybe if they're looking away.
Immediately and eliminate as necessary. Out.
Because in Peace Walker, it did work that way. So just because I'm in their headlights doesn't mean they'll spot me. Oh, now they're all coming over here, though, which was part of the concern. Let's go.
CP, this is Zulu 6. Arrived at scene.
They're coming.
Beginning check. Over. CP, understood. Keep your eyes open. Out.
Yeah, this is dicey. I'm pretty sure there is ammo in here. This is the place I was going to go to earlier. I'm not seeing any. Alright. Fun. Alright. Let's start moving then.
CP, this is Zulu 6. We're standing down here. No hostile spotted. Over. This is CP. Understood. Stand down. Stand down.
Right under that camera.
Out.
I think I did kill someone with a grenade. It's fine. It's whatever.
Stay away.
Because they're saying man down, not just... It's not just a guy sleeping, right? Are those guys still sleeping? What's that? I guess they stay asleep if you're too far away.
Hit me all you want.
That's the thing in games where you get far enough away and like certain routines pause, like AI or physics or whatever.
What's up?
That was weird.
Stay away.
Made my butthole pucker a little bit. No! No! Drop! Ah, too late. They did get up. Alright, let's... Oh, they blew up the barrel. Oh, she got charred. Alright, we're good. We can do it next time, no problem.
Target confirmed.
Yeah, because they caught me because I had... I didn't set her down in time. Because when it... Oh, I was like, wait, what? When it said right mouse... Okay, put me in an easier spot. Can't complain about that. It said right mouse. I thought it was going to throw her down and automatically target for me. Her stomach. She got the bubble guts. I think we're good. I don't think anyone should be down here. So it was a bit of a sloppy run today, but it's whatever. Oh no, there is someone. That's fine though.
Please select a landing zone. Landing zone confirmed.
So moderate danger, so they are gonna see this. And it makes sense because we saw all these dudes here. Basically, we could have called a chopper. We have the flare. We could have called the chopper in from inside the base, but it would have got shot to hell unless we blew up all the defenses and stuff. So you could do that. This game's very sandboxy. Basically, we could have went in and blew up those tanks, blew up. There's like anti-air emplacements and stuff. It's really cool, like the level of stuff that you can interact with and kind of change the battlefield, if you will. We're just taking this stealthier approach. I screwed up a couple things, and the game screwed up a couple things, moving infinitely in the wrong direction. I don't know what was up with that. As long as he hurry up and land, we're good. Hurries up. So if you press E, you put the target on and you get on. And we'll just book it. You can squeeze on them and stuff. It's pretty cool. I thought there was a gun in like a minigun. Oh, I like how there's you can see the others in the back. Well, I think that was just Chico. I think that was Paz that we also saw laying there. All right, we did it. Wasn't great, but we did it. Yeah, technically no kills because of that restart. That was funny the way Paz died. I mean, it's okay. I'll take an A. Could be better, could be worse, right? I pressed that perfect. I was like, do I need... I saw it said loading. I was like, do I need to press something?
Snake. Snake!
Medic! She's rigged. Damn it, we were set up!
We gotta get it out. No time for anesthetic. We have to open her now.
Hold her down. Hold her down! Keep her gun in.
course I put the peace sign on it. But like, they expected us to find it. Because
Clean, I'm closing her up. Hold her steady. It's got to be a continuous suture.
if your hidden bomb works, no one will ever know.
All hummingbirds are on the wing. We'll shake hands, then head back to the cage. Boss, you got a call. Boss, can you hear me?
What's up, Huey?
Our guests are right on time. Document destruction and hangar decontamination are complete. AFVs have been stowed away, and Zeke's on the seafloor along with a nuke. Everyone's got their story straight. The guided tour will be wrapped up by the time you get home.
Make me proud.
By the time they leave, I'll have the IAEA praising us as the poster boys for world peace. Out. Tower, this is Morpho 1. 2U copy. Can't get through. The link seems fine, but...
All that work in Peace Walker, gone. Everything we just built up for like 30, 40 hours, however long I played that.
The inspection was nothing but a smokescreen. I heard explosions, then... They played us like a damn fiddle! Give it back! This isn't right, that was ours! We built it, damn it! You spying bitch! Come on, start talking, bitch! Come on, get up and start talking! blotted out.
There's another in my...
Just when you thought it was bad, it got even worse. Smoke from the disaster was visible from the coastline. The media blamed money-minded private militias, and scandal followed when the U.S. was fingered as one of the organization's top clients. In response, the Secretary of Defense publicly stated that neither the United States nor its allies had any hand in the incident. Trying to go fast there. Just you sometimes scroll too fast. Reports also suggested that IAEA inspectors visited the site. However, the UN and the IAEA insist that no such inspection took place. Other countries among the organization's long list of clients avoided comment altogether. They have a comment about the IAEA. The casualty figure is uncertain. There are no known survivors. However, in moments prior to and following the incident, several unidentified military helicopters were sighted in the area. There was a comment in one of the tapes. Oh.
Nicola Bart. Immigrants wrongly executed. But their deaths served as a message to others. That ours is a society that murders the innocent. Do you too believe your sacrifice will change the world?
It's playing the song, right? And now we got Kiefer Sutherland. That's the thing I didn't comment on as well, was that was a big deal when this came out, that it's not David Hayter for the first time. I personally didn't read too much into it. I wasn't that bothered by it. A lot of people were. Well, I guess maybe I did read into it, but it seemed natural to me because we had Solidus in Metal Gear Solid 2, and he had a specific voice, and if he's like the most perfect, like he's the most exact clone you know, of Big Boss, I would think things like his voice would also be more similar to the real Big Boss voice. I don't know if that makes sense, but we also heard Big Boss speaking in Metal Gear Solid 4, and he's way older, of course, but if we're supposed to believe that from Metal Gear Solid 3 to 4 his voice changed like that, then it just made sense to me that this is like bridging the gap, you know. But a lot of people really didn't like that it wasn't David Hayter. To me, I was like, oh, it kind of makes sense. We already know he's gonna sound different when he's older, so that has to happen at some point, and we're kind of bridging that gap, you know. I don't know, maybe that's just that's the way I read it. That's the way I thought about it. It didn't really bother me that much either way, but I didn't address that. So in one of the tapes we listened to earlier, I think they mentioned something about the board of directors for the IAEA and how they didn't know anything, or like something. It's like, oh yeah, this doesn't have to go to the board, don't worry about it, something like that. And now you look back at it and it's like, okay, that was already a line that was suspicious, you know, leading into this. So the whole thing was a smokescreen. The whole thing was set up to just attack Mother Base, destroy it. The second bomb that Paz had goes off. Even though she got out of the chopper in time, it goes off, and like explosions just like jacking everybody up in there. And then the other chopper, boom, that's where we're at, right? Not a good place to be. We lost everything we built in Peace Walker, and now we just got jacked up. Now, there's some stuff that I can say, but I'm gonna hold off. But there are things that we know. If we've really been paying attention, like at the beginning of this game, when he says age hasn't slowed you down one bit, that's a reference to at the beginning of Metal Gear Solid If you get through the starting area quickly enough, before the elevator, if you get through that quickly enough, he'll say age hasn't slowed you down one bit. There's another comment, if you actually take too long, he'll say a different line, which is a pretty cool touch. So, point being, there are things that if we paid enough attention to the dialogue throughout all the games, we know some things that are happening right now, that have kind of always been set in place as canon, but I'm not going to go into much more detail on that yet. But one thing we do know is that we talked to Big Boss in 2014 in Metal Gear Solid 4, so he's gonna survive somehow. That's what we can go ahead and confirm, right? But being in an explosion plus chopper crash, not a good place to be. And they really did a number on Paz, putting 2 bombs in her. And that's what I was kind of getting to a minute ago, was the peace sign on it's interesting, because if the idea is that you don't want them to find the bomb, you want it to blow up and kill them, like they expected us to take Paz. And I don't know how the bomb was triggered. If it was a timer, then it has to be proximity based where they know when, or not timer. If it was a signal, then it had to be proximity based where they would know when to detonate it at the right time. If it was a timer, then that was just some exceptionally interesting timing, right? That, just as we're flying off, right as she jumps out, it blows up. So it almost feels like maybe it was more not proximity, but like signal based, where somebody was observing the situation and said, all right, I'm going to detonate it. But even so, why wouldn't they have just done it before? Why would they have waited till she jumped out? Maybe that was like, oh shit, we have to do it now. It's, before it's too late. I don't know. Just stuff to think about there. But yeah, if you're expecting to blow someone up with it and you're hiding it in someone's body, I don't know why you put a peace symbol and stuff on it, as if they would ever see that, So it's just weird stuff that I think about. Like, why would you design it that way? Also, this game, like that scene of getting the bomb out is very intense. This game has taken it a step up in terms of the intensity, the brutality. It's definitely a step up than what we've seen in the series previously. The game has always kind of been going in that direction from the beginning, though. I think Metal Gear Solid 2 was a bit more than Metal Gear Solid. 3 was definitely more than 2, with like the way the torture scene was handled. That was brutal. 4, I would say, was kind of on the same level in some ways, maybe a little more, but I think the thing with 4 was it maintained that more serious, brutal theme throughout longer portions of the game, but I don't think anything necessarily stood out as like this scene was more brutal than like the torture scene in 3. I think it was just more prolonged throughout the like longer portions of 4. And then here we get our first taste of 5, and I think it was not as long as the torture scene, but I think that was like way more brutal. Like, no anesthetic, let's cut this open, let's show it, and let's have her screaming and in pain and everything. Like, that's intense stuff. Like, they really just went for it. And the series has kind of been going in that direction for a long time.
Cypher's been in hiding ever since his grand experiment. No one's seen him in years. All we hear are orders delivered by proxy. Except you. You met with him, face to face, in order to contact Big Boss. Tell me where he is. Where is Cypher? Where is Zero? I've never known choice. Where I was born, the language I speak, I've never had the freedom to choose for myself. But you, right now, are free. Do as you will.
this will save Big Boss.
It may.
Will you really kill Zero for me?
Not for you.
All right. Zero is...
Our Ho Chi Minh campaign leads to the fall of Saigon and Vietnam's reunification. Soyuz Apollo, U.S.-Soviet peaceful space test. Les Enfants Terribles, 1976, abandoned underground nuclear test site. Iranian Revolution, the Iran hostage crisis. The Nicaraguan Revolution. Soviet Union invades Afghanistan in 79. Iran-Iraq War. Dr. Huey Emmerich's first child, Hal, in 1980. Operation Opera, Israeli bombers strike. Suicide bomber. U.S. invades Grenada. Camp X-Ray, a black site for housing enemy combatants, is established at the U.S. Naval Base at Guantanamo Bay. President of the United States publicly pledges to close the detention facility at Guantanamo Bay. It's hard to read. That was Obama. That was like, wasn't it Obama? Did it say 2008 or something? I know Obama is the one who said he was going to close it, right? I do remember when that happened for real, for real. I don't think he exists in this game, though.
Don't you die on me, damn it! He be dropping. Intubate now. Clear. No response. Hit him again. Clear!
Deceived and left for dead. Deprived of all but pain.
Quite some time. Yes, I know. You would like to know how long.
It's really quiet.
I'm afraid it's been 9 years.
Only one thing remains.
Just to suffer.
So you see the way Metal Gear Solid came in over the words? The Phantom Pain? See how the cutouts were there?
Stop hurting.
When they first revealed Phantom Pain, it wasn't Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain. It was a new project that was being announced under a fictional developer, and it just said the Phantom Pain, but those little cutouts of the words were still there, and people online figured it out. They said, look, you could put Metal Gear Solid over those words and it fills in the cutouts. People online are insane. Oh, he's smoking. He's all bloody and stuff. The internet's insane. Another example is Elite Dangerous. It's a space sim where it has around 400 billion star systems in the game. It is a, say 1-to-1. We don't have like literal exact measurements of the the Milky Way galaxy, but it is a 1-to-1 scale representation of the Milky Way galaxy, and it uses real star data as much as possible. So they basically went to databases and used that to build up and populate as much as they can, and using that plus imagination and stuff, they built algorithms to populate the rest of the galaxy in a way that was somewhat realistic. They take into effect, or they consider things like the composition of planets and stars and all, rather like the composition of stars can affect what kind of planets are around it, things like that. The point that I was getting at though is very, very accurate. Even like, it's not just a skybox when you're looking at the background, the stars you see are the actual stars in the correct locations. So what people were able to do in a trailer, they were introducing some planetary surface features, and they were showing something off in a trailer, and they didn't expect anyone to just find it right away, but people looked at the stars in the sky and were able to like map out exactly where it was at in like a day or so. Internet's crazy. I mean, we have cases of like I think flags or something have been used in the past. Like, I don't remember how that one was. It's like 4chan used a flagpole or something to figure something. I don't know. Internet's wild. So just the way they figured out that Phantom Pain was going to be Metal Gear Solid was pretty cool. Okay, so they just confirmed the thing that I said I could talk about, but I was holding off on, the coma. I'm pretty sure that they mentioned it. I think this was a retcon, though. I think originally the idea was that, well, maybe not, but I think the original idea, no, I think it's, yeah, no, it is, okay. I think it is a retcon. I think the original idea was that the clones were made while he was in the coma. But they did mention the coma like a long time ago, I think in Metal Gear Solid. And there was also the line that was retconned about, you know, he was in his late 50s when they made the copies, right? So there's a couple things that we know have changed, but I know we've seen elsewhere, weren't the clones born in 1972? We saw it in the end credits. Like, the sons of Big Boss are born, right? We saw that in the end credits somewhere. Metal Gear Solid 4, maybe. So that's established, and we know this took place after that, right? This was like 75, like March of 75, I think. Where Peace Walker ended around November or so of 74, I think. So this was after that would have happened. But yeah, that is that. Now, we're not quite done. We have some cassette tapes that you unlock through playing, and I think the game commented on it earlier. When I put Chico on the chopper, they were like, all right, I think that's all the tapes. I think that's what that was about. Because I already unlocked a lot of this stuff, or like everything, almost 89%. It's a lot. I want to listen to these tapes. It's going to be important stuff, and then we will wrap up. So I need to go to the bathroom before we start these tapes, and these tapes are going to last a while. We're going to be in for a wild ride here, I'm sure. So I'll be right back, then we'll continue with the tapes and then wrap up. Alrighty, so let me get the volume is set up here, back on my speakers, so I can just kind of chill. And I was gonna mention one thing that I didn't talk about. Mission Select. This game, well, actually, let's break it back down to what this game is. I didn't really comment much on it. Like, oh, it's kind of short, but that's what it was known to be. I feel like a lot of people somehow didn't realize that. Maybe I'm stupid, but I thought I knew that coming in. I don't think anyone told me. I don't think I got spoiled on anything, but I thought it was always known that this was like a prologue, like a teaser, like a glorified demo almost of the full game. I thought that was always known. When I think it was only like $30 at launch. Maybe it was more, but I thought it was like 30 or 40 bucks when it launched. Not quite full price, but it is, you could argue, a little steep for how long that is, but there's actually a lot of stuff to do here. It's not just that mission, but in terms of the main stuff, these cassette tapes we're going to listen to, that's main story stuff if you care about all that stuff. So we can still get a decent amount of you know, entertainment value out of it for what it costs. I think it's perfectly worth it. I think it's so much fun to just, you know, wander around doing these different missions and stuff in Camp Omega, as it's called. And there's some interesting missions here. There's a couple really interesting ones are Deja Vu and Jamais Vu. Which I think on the console versions, I think the PlayStation one had Deja Vu and the Xbox had Jamais Vu, but the PC has both. So, like, eliminate a renegade threat. Let's see, Intel Operative Rescue. So we're just gonna rescue a dude. Classified Intel Acquisition. Destroy the anti-air emplacements. This one's cool. Basically, I think this is a timed one where some jets are going to come in or something and bomb the place. Yeah, U.S. military heliborne assault. So heliborne. But you got to destroy them in time. And there's Deja Vu. So this one is recreate the strangely familiar scenes shown in the mysterious photographs and head for the goal. So one of them is like a surveillance camera, and you have to walk up to near a surveillance camera to trigger that. and it's like 9 different scenes or whatever. Like you crawl through a vent, and it's reminiscent of when Miller calls you or something. I think that I don't remember all of them, but basically, yeah, you walk through different areas. I think one of them is the heliport. Like if you walk over the helipad, but no, I think you also have to like line up spotlights on the helipad to trigger it, whatever though. And you can actually play, yeah, see, you can actually play as other characters like Gray Fox, and it's really interesting. Jamais Vu is really interesting. Exterminate the bioroids concealing themselves within the prison facility. Snatchers, it's literally body snatchers is what you're doing here, and you're playing as like Revengeance style Raiden. And the move, like he has his whole move set and everything. He's super fast. It's really interesting. So there's a good handful of stuff to that you can do here. Play records? Oh, like literally, yeah. I was thinking like cassette tape kind of records, like playing something, you know. Alright, so now for the cassette tapes. If I have enough time, I'll load into Jamais Vu just to show it. But these are going to take a bit. These are probably going to be longer than any of the other stuff. So I don't know why there's 2 different ways to do this. Interesting. Maybe it's just like, hey, you got them all. There's a separate menu for it now. And we can see, yeah, I was correct. In March 1975 is when this took place. So there we are. All right, let's go. Oh, P. 4 minutes.
I made it ashore. I'm in Cuba. Security looks lighter than I thought. I wonder where Paz is. East dark, but there are soldiers everywhere. Lots of choppers coming and going. Those lights are so bright. Time to get moving. I got close to the fence to see if I could spot her. They had a guard posted, so I got out of there. Guess security's not so light after all. I'm coming, Paz. I'm okay. I'm okay. I think I found her. It's gotta be Paz. No, no, no. They're looking for me.
Enough. Quit that struggle. Got him secured. It's a kid.
I got caught. I'm in a cage. Give me back my recorder. At least whoever finds this will know what happened. They're holding others here too. Still no sign of Paz.
Buzz? Chico.
Oh, gotta back out and then go down. Alright, 3 more days of recordings from his cell now.
Don't touch me, you son of a bitch!
She looks weak. We need her alive. Yes, sir.
Buzz.
Huh?
You're back early today.
Early?
And the sun is still up.
See?
Yeah.
Chico,
Yes?
let us not do this, okay?
Huh?
I do not think I want to talk to you.
But I came here to...
Just be quiet. Or I'll scream.
What the... I don't get it.
I mean, we know she's not having a good time here. There might be more to it than that, though. Than just, I've had a miserable time, I don't want to talk. She might, I wonder if she feels any guilt for Chico having tried to come save her. Because she knows that Chico had a crush on her, had a thing for her. I wonder if she feels guilt over that.
Buzz!
Is this the one from the story? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. So we could also like fast forward, or could just skip to the next one, but figured I'd let it play to just give some context as we're going through these. It is 3 of a sequence of 7. 10 minutes.
You've got company. Does it hurt? Talk. Talk. You can speak, can't you? Then talk.
Okay. Okay.
Good boy. Your boss and I go way back. Don't count on him coming to rescue you. If you're a real soldier, you'll find your own way out. But don't bother trying to escape. Let's say you get lucky, and you don't look very lucky. And by some miracle, you get out of your cage. Let's even say you're able to elude the guards. Then what? The nearest Cuban border is 4 miles to the east. 4 miles of barren, America-controlled soil. Think you'd make it? You wouldn't get any help from the Cubans. And the border's a mess of live minefields. Think you'd make it through that? With your girlfriend in tow? If you were that lucky, you wouldn't even be here right now. But don't lose hope. There's another way out for both you and the girl. This way is much simpler. I ask, you answer. Easy, right? Just tell me what you know.
You're dumber than you look. Wasting your time torturing kids.
Tell me about your base.
Chico.
Well?
Chico!
Hit me! Again!
Trying to impress the girl, little man? How cute. All right. Let's try something else.
Stop it!
She'll get what she deserves.
We were comrades once.
But she betrayed us. Deception and deceit. What better proof she's a real woman? Show him.
Do you realize what you're doing? Cypher is watching. Let go of me. You will be next. Your hideous face will...
Repulsive, isn't it? Look. Look carefully.
Watch out when you grow up, boy. This is the kind of woman you'll want to avoid. Of course, scars like those make it rather difficult to lead a normal life. I should know. Continue. Talk, and you both go free.
Chico! No!
Only you can stop this.
Don't talk! Chico! Please! No!
Paz. Why?
Move. Get up.
Huh?
You heard me. Do you like what you see? I said, do you like what you see? It's like fruit. Does she look sweet or sour? A man has to know these things. Time for a taste test. Either you take her now, or you're strung up next.
Don't worry, Chico.
No. No.
It's okay. Chico, you won't hurt me.
I don't.
Get on with it.
I can't.
Chico.
No.
Come on.
Out at sea? Staff of 300? But usually there's... Zeke. And again.
See? That wasn't so hard.
You got what you wanted. Are you satisfied?
We're halfway there.
Chico? Chico?
Thought you didn't want to talk to me.
There's one thing I want to say.
What?
I missed you, Chico.
Yeah.
Come here.
Huh?
Closer.
No.
Sorry.
Enough already.
You want to do it here?
Was the whole thing I said about this game being way, like, more brutal? Way more intense, way more serious. Yeah.
Come on, Paz, talk! Please, Paz, I'm doing this for you.
Coward!
How can you say that?
Traitor!
Don't make me mad. You're only making things worse.
Take him back to his cage.
What did I do?
Бегите, как от себя.
Give it back! Give it back!
Enough. She's no good to us dead.
Can I have it back?
We've decided to let her go.
So, she talked. Told her she should have just gotten it over with.
She's going back to your boss. But only her.
Huh?
Those were the terms. She said to leave you here. I suppose she doesn't much care for you anymore.
That bitch.
Now, you've got quite a problem on your hands. When she gets back, what will she say? That you talked? Sold out your comrades? Your family? You're finished.
You mean I can't go home?
There's very little I can do for you. And I still have need of your services.
Huh?
You're going to call your boss for help. We'll make a recording, play it across public frequency bands.
To bring him here? Yeah, right. Do you expect me to trust you? I'll never help you!
Perhaps. But if you did, I wouldn't mind looking the other way if he did come for you. Take some guards off duty, let you quietly slip away. But you wouldn't want the girl leaving here alive. She'd have to be eliminated before he came. There's no other way. I'll leave you to think it over. Chico, growing up means choosing how you're going to live your life.
See, that's fucked up. So, in tape 4, we heard Chico giving information away about Mother Base. 300 people, you know, there, Metal Gear Zeke, offshore. We hear him giving that information away. Now he says, we're gonna let Paz go. But, here's the deal. She's gonna tell Big Boss all about how you sold them out. You're a traitor, right? So, I wouldn't mind letting Big Boss come take you out of here if you record some, you know, tape. You know, record an SOS basically asking for a Big Boss. But we can't let Paz escape, right? So, remember when we first encountered Chico and he says Paz is dead? I think he agreed to that deal, right? He's like, alright, fine, kill Paz. I'll record the thing, Big Boss will come save me. It's brutal stuff.
Snake, It's Chico. I need your help. Cypher's holding me on a U.S. military base in Cuba. Paz is here too. We're at the prison area on the coast. There are some cages to the east of a big building. It's an old, grassy facility. That's where we are. Help me, Snake.
Don't do it.
Kids are natural, don't you think? What do you think Big Boss will do? He'll know it's a trap, but he'll come anyway. That's the kind of man he is.
Don't.
Thanks to your report, a nuclear inspection team's being sent to their base. The scientist was our way in. It all ends soon, exactly as I've planned. All thanks to you.
Cypher would never...
Yes, Cypher will surely mourn his death. I'll have no choice but to distance myself from the group. And then they'll eliminate you. No one will be left. Think about that. Big Boss or Cypher. You can only save one.
I will never talk.
I don't expect you to believe me. The question is, which of the two would you like to give a shot at survival?
What I would like is to kill you.
The feeling is mutual. But we are secret agents. Restraint is a virtue. Your favorite song? Nicola, Bart, immigrants wrongly executed. But their deaths served as a message to others. That ours is a society that murders the innocent. Do you too believe your sacrifice will change the world? If so, the time is now. Cypher's been in hiding ever since his grand experiment. No one's seen him in years. All we hear are orders delivered by proxy. Except you. You met with him, face to face, in order to contact Big Boss. Tell me where he is. Where is Cypher? Where is Zero? I've never known choice. Where I was born, the language I speak, I've never had the freedom to choose for myself. But you, right now, are free. Do as you will.
This will save Big Boss.
It may.
Will you really kill Zero for me?
Not for you.
All right. Zero is...
Yeah, so we just heard that in the credits, but got a little more context there as well. Bargaining with Paz, final recording.
Give her the shot already! Hold her still.
Prep the package.
She's all closed up.
Timer set for your instructions. We can't have her waking up or dying on us.
I gave her a transfusion, a nutrient cocktail, and an anesthetic.
How long does she have?
24 hours, same as her cargo. She won't last much longer than that. To make room for the bomb, I removed organs she won't need.
Almost there. Now for the second one. In a place they'd never look. Hang her up.
You shall not see triumph. You've been most helpful, and I have one last use for you. To you I give a magnificent end, but an end nonetheless. The final moment is yours.
We heard from the advance team. Everything's right on schedule. The C4 has been planted on the legs. Strike team and decoy team are in position. And we have confirmation that Big Boss's chopper is lifted off.
A shame I won't see him. But at least I'll get a look at his body. Time for us to move out too. But first, let's stop by and see the boy. I want Big Boss to hear his little diary. Hopefully, he's still a good listener. Give this to the boy as a reward. And a memento. Make copies.
Yes, sir.
First Big Boss, then Zero. Liberation is at hand.
Chico, I am borrowing your recorder. I hope you do not mind. I know it hurts right now, but it will all be over soon. Just thinking that helps keep the pain away. Chico, I would do anything to get you out of here. It is funny. I have never helped anyone else before. Only Cypher. That is the truth. I never imagined you would come for me. I was not very nice at first, I know. But I did not mean it. I was afraid they would try to use you somehow. But to be honest, having you with me here put my mind at ease. I hope that does not sound selfish. I thought I would never make it. But together, I think we can. I'm watching you sleep as I record this. You have made me believe that I will make it out of here. And that no matter what happens, it will not be the end for me.
Thank you, Chico.
Okay then. That's fun, isn't it? Alright, so we have these here. We haven't seen these yet because they have the exclamation marks on them. I don't think the first... that one's probably not important. We'll just start with this one. Let's go ahead and hit play. So we can actually fast forward and stuff. I'm not really going to listen to these because we just obviously heard them. All right. Agents recording. Secretly recorded POW interrogation. Well, that's a beefy one.
Something they could never understand.
You've done your part. You told us plenty. You've known the pain of ages. And even now you think, as any person would, that this can't be happening. Is it education? Morals? Faith? Just the imprint of a lifetime of stories? Face to face with oblivion, which is where you are, and you still think that help is coming. The world you were born into is made to save you. Isn't that right? Of course it is. Everyone knows that. Until your last breath, you know it. Without the slightest chance or reason left to them, humans are capable of hope. I'm no different. But for one thing, when my time came calling, I didn't die. My family died, my country died, but they didn't take me with them. All hell took from me was this skin, this outer peel that marked me human. My village had an oilseed field and a fine factory. Every day, my friends and I would see our parents at work in that factory. That's all I had, all the world I knew. Then one day, aircraft came droning in from some far-off sky. The factory was bombed. Some spies had told them we were making weapons. The building burned. We tried to flee outside. The crowd blocked the exit. The crowd of people. Hot. So hot. I tried to push through their legs and get ahead, but a boot in my stomach put me on the ground. The smoke of them burning filled me up. I heard my name called, but not for long. At the infirmary they carried me to, a nurse in the corridor saw me and remarked, as if it happened every day, they should let the poor thing die. Those are the only words of my mother tongue I remember. It was the language of my village. Until foreign troops invaded. Then the last identity I had left, the words I spoke, were pulled from me. My skin would never feel anything again. This face would be burned again, in torture, at foreign hands. But I still writhe in that burning factory, doused in scalding rapeseed oil. That's all I have to feel, that pain. All I have to remind me I exist here. Those spies reported well. We made weapons, all right. As cartloads of rifles came in from the battlefields, we fixed them up and sent them back out. So our country could win. Or rather, so that little world we knew could continue. I came to realize I mustn't die. I'm their last hope. All those who perished and left me here. I have to accomplish something. If I don't, their will be swept out of this world. So, do you see me now? Tell me, what do you see? You have eyes. What do your eyes see? Yes, that's right. You see a skull face. You see me. This skull is who I am. My mark, my proof of humanity. I have no country, no language, I have no face, but I haven't lost my skull. So I told myself, the pain and effort that keep me alive will never know relief, never bear fruit, never be repaid. I know that. But I told myself to focus on some hope, a non-existent hope, to guide me through this burning world. A hope. Call it a dream. A melancholic delusion. As the pressures within me stretch me to bursting, and I force myself not to cry out, though the words I thought were carved into me are gone, and all I knew is dead. I know how you feel. I've felt that. So show me that I'm not the only one. That you too can return to this world for revenge. Do you see me? Don't die. Don't die.
I think that was interesting. So one thing I wanted to comment on, I didn't comment on yet, is just how brutal he is. The torture, all that, right, it's crazy. The bomb thing really hit me, how would I even word it? It really hit me there just how brutal he is. Like, after he goes through all this torture and everything, you know, I think that was after he made the deal with Paz, right? Where she was like, well, I don't know, I had to double check on which tape that was. That might have been tape 7, where she was like, this will save him. But basically the way he's so willing to just take a person, put bombs in them, he's like, it doesn't, you know, I got rid of organs she won't need anymore. Because she's got an expiration date. You know, she's not going to live much longer anyway. Who cares, right? Like, that's ridiculously brutal. And it's interesting there that we got a little bit of his backstory, and it's, I don't know if it's supposed to be sympathetic, but the idea, I guess, is that it might be intended to be a little sympathetic, or like, hey, he had he had a rough life, he had a lot of bad stuff happen to him, but it doesn't really justify what he's doing, you know. But it's interesting to get that other side of him. I wonder what this is. I think I actually know what this is. Let's see. That's it. That is the last of the tapes. We have some music ones that are not really... They're music. You know what music is. Let's go in here real quick. I think, did we get anything interesting here on the loading screen? Our galaxy consists of some 300 billion stars. Around half are orbited by planets, and it's said that on average, conditions on 2 of a star's planets are suitable for life. No great leap of imagination is needed to believe the universe must be home to a myriad of life forms, but what sorts of intelligence would develop on these worlds is truly beyond our imagination. What's more, we cannot say that our universe is the only universe. At the quantum level, until a wave function collapses upon observation, Schrödinger's cat is alive and dead as a superposition of states. The moment observation occurs, these two possibilities branch into separate worlds, with the universe continuing to split infinitely. It's called a wave function collapse, right? We just saw that. Actually, I forgot it was actually mentioned up there. But yeah, that idea of something is in the superposition, it collapses down. If the universe splits without end, it's possible it could eventually recreate scenes from the past. And if those moments played out differently, it wouldn't negate what happened in our reality. A paradox would simply mean another future. The following is one possible story in another possible universe, born of paradox after paradox after paradox. Let's see. Jamais vu. Pseudo-historical recreation.
Boss, we got an urgent request to investigate unusual activity at the U.S. Naval facility in Cuba. According to our man in the CIA, they lost all contact with the base shortly after a Soviet commuter jet crashed into the coast nearby. But the strange thing is that when comms were restored 24 hours later, the only message received was conditions normal, and that was it. The plane's at the bottom of the ocean now, but before it sank, something escaped the wreckage and made it to shore. The Pentagon's assessment jives with the intel from our on-site informant. Signs indicate that the base has been taken over by some unknown entity. Intelligent beings that attack people and steal their identities. That's right, boss. Body snatchers.
See the watermelons?
The mission we've been given is to exterminate any and all snatchers occupying the site. Now I know what you're thinking. Legendary hero or not, these things aren't exactly your jurisdiction. But we've got a secret weapon. A man from another world. A dark, distant future. A man made into a war machine with no human body for those bastards to snatch. As payment, all we need to do is hand over the XOF badges you've gathered on your missions. Snatchers occupying the Cuban naval base and prison camp. There's no telling what'll happen to the world if you lose. The fate of the human race is in your hands, Raiden.
There we go. Just like that, we're playing.
These Snatchers are posing as Marine. Wait, there's something there. Did they set a trap? Look around carefully.
What are we looking for? I don't know. So, most of it feels about the same. But he does play a little bit different. He's fast.
Someone's there. Try marking him. Is he human or one of them?
Where?
Feel him out.
Where?
He's not a Snatcher. But still, there's something not quite right about him. Interrogate him. Find out what he knows.
Yeah, let's find out. Oh, I'm probably not gonna do the whole thing because I do need to go get ready for some stuff. But I wanted to jump in here because it's so goofy and different and fun.
Lie down.
Get down.
Spit it out.
The map has been updated.
See, he's green. So he's a body snatcher. Normally they're blue when they get highlighted.
What are those things? Take care of the next one.
I guess we could trank them too. Doesn't matter that much.
What is that? No mistake, that's a Snatcher. Eliminate it.
What about you?
Nice work. Take care of the next one.
There's an Easter egg thing here. That right there? Kojima Productions. Oh, I broke the light. No! That would have brought up the Fox logo or something. That's on me. I didn't realize I broke the light. I just thought I hit the guy. Rip. You know there's someone over here. There's got to be someone in the base. There's got to be someone down this way, I'd imagine. Oh, it was E. You don't have a large window to do that, though. Oh, stop sprinting, dude. I'm trying to climb. Okay, you know, let's climb over here. Yeah. Oh, okay, never mind. See, I want to stop, but I don't, because it's fun. I need to go grab a few things, and then I'm meeting up with someone.
I've sent the target's predicted field of movement to your iDroid. Eliminate the Snatchers posing as Marines, and neutralize all human survivors.
And before I do that, I gotta go work out real quick. And then shower. I mean, I could check the iDroid. Oh, no one's... okay.
Marker placed.
Well, they didn't notice anything over here. It doesn't mean there's not one. Fast. You jump it? Alright, as I said, you know there'd be someone over here. You could totally use this, by the way. And this is usually the way I would have gone in without taking the vehicle. I'd go in here to get to pause. You could also, like, you could crawl under. There's a vent out there we could have taken. They did a good job at designing this with different routes and stuff in mind. I don't know how to change the light. No, 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 no. Wow.
All fire teams, this is CP. We lost the security camp. There's no reason for it to be down. Whoever's closest, go check it out.
Did I hear him? Because you can hear him in the game world as well as the radio.
Marker placed.
Gotta be in here. It's squeezed on. Going down here is always difficult. So many corners and stuff. Soliton radar would be nice. Hello, friend. What, 2 more? Oh, calm down. Calm down.
All fire teams, this is CP. We lost the security camp. There's no reason for it to be down. Whoever's closest, go check it out.
I said go check it out.
Marker placed. Marker placed.
Moving quick. Must be vehicle. Yeah, we can actually hear the vehicle. I don't have the headphones on, so it's a little harder for me to hear some things. That's it. Bruh, you didn't... Okay, now he's reacting. There we good.
Good work, Raiden. All Snatchers confirmed eliminated and survivors neutralized. The analysis can wait. We need to get you out of there. I'm sending a chopper to pick you up. Wait for it at the helipad.
Oh, you could drive vehicles and stuff too. We could actually get in the vehicle. We could have done that in the other mission. I considered it. I don't want to run the guy over and I want to end the mission. It's a little bit close. Oh, vehicle's gone. Never mind.
Reinforcements. Where do they come from? I'll have the chopper wait in the air. Take them out, Raiden. I'll mark the threat with the chopper's searchlight. Eliminate that one first.
Where?
Targeting the chopper. Deal with him first. Nice work. Keep it up.
No. Alright, switch to that. There we go. Fumbling with the controls, that's all. Is that it? Yeah, I think it is. Maybe not? Where? Somewhere this way? Where'd he go? Right, back to normal patrol again. What happened? They have one. I can squeeze on them. The chopper? Where? There. No, why did I hit reload? Now I've got an alert. Believe it or not, that's the first alert. Oh. I knew I was hurt, obviously, but I didn't know that other guy was going to show up. Let's go and return the title, because I do got to wrap. Oh, man, I'm tired, too. Oh. All right, that's a stretch. Made my balls curl up. Alrighty. That's it for Ground Zeroes. The prologue preview thing or whatever for Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, the main game, which I guess I'll be starting up tomorrow. Now I'm going to have to do a little bit of work. I might be a little bit late tomorrow because I'm going to back up my save. I have 100% save. I'm going to back that ass up. That way I don't have to lose it and redo the 100% run unless I end up doing it on stream, another 100% run, but I don't know if I want to do that much. It's a lot to do 100% on that game. So I'm gonna have to do a little work. I don't know if I'll have time or if I'll think about it tonight. So it might delay me a few minutes in the morning getting my saves backed up and stuff. I did that last time because I had the 100% save back in like whatever year, long time ago. And in 2020 when I played Metal Gear Solid 5 on stream, I had backed up my save. Now there is one thing, well, I don't know if I want to get into that. It spoils some mechanics and stuff. There's multiple saves that make up your entire thing. I'll say that. And I didn't realize that at first, so the one I backed up was just the progress, like the story and stuff, but there were other things that I got to keep. I don't know if I'll do it this time or not. We'll see. But thank you for checking out Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes with me. I hope you enjoyed that. Lots of tapes, more tapes than gameplay. We played like an hour and a half of the game, watched like 2.5 hours of cassette tapes, or listened to. But hey, that's what it is. That's how things work in these Metal Gear Solid games. There's a lot of story, a lot of dialogue and stuff, right? Well, that's why we love it. Look at the Outer Heaven patch, by the way, on his shoulder. It's good stuff. The skull, the Pangea skull, right? Alrighty though, again, thank you for checking this out. As for the live stream, if you're lurking or chatting, I really appreciate it. If you are watching this in the future on YouTube, congrats on being in the future. You know, I'd appreciate if you guys could follow me wherever, here on Twitch, here on YouTube, or here on Twitch, or there on YouTube, whatever. I don't know how to word it. I am flustered. I don't know. My brain is broken. But I'm Shoggoth Unknown everywhere, on Twitter as well. If you're over on YouTube, like, subscribe, comment, notification bell. You know how it works. I do read comments and I respond to them eventually. I don't do too much on Twitter in terms of activity. I do tweet when I go live though. Actually, I don't remember if I did today, but I might have. If I did, I think I did, but I think I forgot to change. Well, not think. I know I didn't change it, so I think I would have tweeted out like, "Hey, we're playing Peace Walker." I think I did the wrong one. Oops. But that works because I got to change it again for tomorrow anyway. Alrighty, yeah, that's an outro. I used to stream every day. I don't right now, but I'll try to work some more back in when I'm ready. That's about it. So until next time, have a good day, have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Take it easy.
Raiden, what's your status?
Colonel? I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
Good job.